Okay, welcome everybody. It's Sunday at 9 p.m. On the 9th of January. I have changed my schedule now to 9 p.m. on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Australian Eastern Standard Time, just to work a little bit better with the family. I thought I've reconfigured my setup a little bit so I've got the microphone directly in front of me now, so rather than have the boom. I'm still going to have to adjust it a little bit, but I think the position is now a little bit better for me. So picking up from where I was yesterday, I had a project called Exeter, which has a scene that I've been building for quite some time. I think I was building this probably about 9 months to 12 months ago. And it is one of the locations in Zarktor's realm. It's a fairly important location. So just to give you some context, because not everyone knows. So here's basically the area that we're primarily concerned with. Zarktor's realm is sort of Devon and Cornwall, and probably bits of Wales, the Isle of Lundy, and some things like that. So Exeter is a pretty major city currently. You've got Dartmoor National Park, there's Exmoor National Park as well. I can't remember, somewhere up here, somewhere along the coastline of Cornwall here is Tintagel, which is an island castle. Merlin's Cave, and let me put on the satellite image. Okay, so there you go. So there's Tintagel Island, which 3D mode. There you go. That's part of the game too. That's got lots of King Arthur's history tied in with it, and that's part of the Zarktor's realm environment. So that's one of the major environments that I'm building. I've used some photogrammetry, photography and video footage of the island, and I've brought it into Blender and merged all the meshes together to actually create an island with the correct dimensions. And if you actually look at the island, it's got the ruins of buildings going back to the Middle Ages here. There's all sorts of buildings, and they've done a lot of excavation of this, so they actually know where a lot of the buildings and things were on the island. And I've done a fair bit of research to sort of just provide, I guess, a really interesting environment for the game. And I found a survey map of Tintagel, which has quite a bit of information in it, actually. Let me just quickly bring that up because it's fascinating. Right, well, I want that one. Research Tintagel Castle, and go. A lot of information about Tintagel. So it's a tourist destination these days. And somewhere in here is survey map. Where are you? Archaeological unit report. I think this might be it here. So there's a report that was done on the island where they did surveys and things to look at it from a purely, what sort of settlements were there. But you can see, if you look at the island today, there's a few ruins on sort of the eastern slopes. But actually, back in the time, there was a lot of stuff going on the island. And they've done a fair bit of analysis into what those types of buildings were and that sort of thing. So it's quite interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. Anyway, so in terms of that, there's a thing called Merlin's Cave down here, which there's actually photos here, which maybe it'll allow me into. So I'll drop the guy in there. Maybe he'll let me There you go. So down into onto the beach, and here's Merlin's cave. So you've got the island itself. There's a cave system in here, and there's caves in here, and there's caves coming out this side, and there's possibly some other stuff around. So it's very interesting. And there's caves in here as well on the mainland. So it's a very interesting environment, and of course, being totally tied in with King Arthur's legend, this being Merlin's cave, it's an ideal location to actually make part of Zarktor's realm. So this is the view, obviously, from the beach. It's got some quite steep cliffs. There's caves in here. There's actually a bridge going across here. There's actually a suspension bridge. I think this was, I don't know if you can see the suspension bridge, but they added it a few years ago. But there's actually a land bridge between the island and the mainland up here, which collapsed at some point, so that's interesting. You can see it's quite steep cliffs, and then you've got, of course, flat areas on top, and then lots of areas where they've had buildings and things going on. So you can actually move around here. There's a well in the middle. There's a tunnel thing going on here, which I think is quite interesting. There's the tunnel. And yeah, it's quite an interesting location. So that's been one of the two major locations that I've been modelling. This one I've been doing in Blender because it's just so unique. It would be hard to sort of, I think, model it in Unity directly. So I'm doing it in Blender using photogrammetry footage that was taken by drones all the way around. So that's going to be a pretty accurate representation of Tintagel that I'm then going to be putting buildings on where those locations were in that report. So that would be, I don't know if it's ever been done before, but certainly it's an interesting thing, is to create a 3D model of what that location might look like. People have done artwork before, so I think there's some paintings or drawings that English Heritage have done to sort of illustrate what it might have looked like in medieval times. See if I can share some of those. Here's actually the current suspension bridge that goes across. So this was where the land bridge was. And obviously there's footpaths and things up there now, but at some point this land gave way and it's just collapsed into the sea, or collapsed in, you can see it all here. And I have, okay, here we go. So this is an artist's impression of what may have existed in the medieval times based on the location of some of these buildings. And you can see they've actually effectively made sort of Tintagel Castle, the main walls of that. They've got the outer wall and then an inner wall and then another one. So it was quite a defensible location. And it was the centre of a lot of trading for Cornwall. So it was essentially, the capital city of Cornwall back in the post-Roman days. Hence, sort of, if King Arthur's around in 500 AD, it makes sense that he would have something to do with, if he's got anything to do with Cornwall, it's going to be something to do with Tintagel. So Tintagel's one of the major locations in the game. And there are some other very interesting locations. So I'm actually from Torquay down here. I grew up here, so I know the area pretty well. But we've got Exeter, and Exeter has history back to the Roman times. So in Exeter, actually I'll do it in another tab. Exeter City Roman history. Isca Dumnoniorum. Dumnoniorum. I think that's how you say it. Okay, so essentially, it started as obviously just a basic sort of Roman town, but it essentially became the centre. It doesn't actually say it here. Administrative centre. Okay, Romans made the Exeter the administrative centre of southwest England. They built a sturdy wall around it, which lasted for centuries. So that wall around Exeter is still there. 4th century Roman civilization began to decline. So Zarktor's realm was pretty much straight after this sort of period. Romans left in 400 AD. Zarktor's realm set in about 500 AD, which is kind of King Arthur's time. And what they don't say here in Roman times is, I think it's on that main Isca Dumnoniorum. Okay, there you go. So it was a legionary fortress for the Second Augustan Legion. So it was a major defensive or training centre for the Roman army in England at the time. And so its defences were pretty well defined. By the time you get to the 1500s, it's looking like this. So it's now, they've got a wall around it, there's a castle, and this castle was built, as I understand it, or a castle was built there in 1068 by William the Conqueror, 2 years after the Battle of Hastings. So the current castle that's there, I believe, is a remnant of William the Conqueror. But undoubtedly, if the Romans had chosen this location and built a wall, then it's likely that they would have had a fortress within this, or a fort within this area. And it's a little bit unclear as to what may have existed at 500 AD in this location, sometime between the Romans and this in the 1500s, which is 1,000 years later. But essentially, I'm using this diagram and some other information to build up a model of Exeter to be in the game. It's a pretty major location for the game because there's a lot of things in it. There's a lot of things happening. It's got 5 gates in and out of the city through these named gates. The water gates up here with this is the River Exe, and obviously this is the trading centre where boats and things would come in, and this is the commercial zone, and then you've got sort of blacksmiths and things around here. You've got a cathedral. You've got churches peppered through here. You've got a government zone, and then you've got the castle, obviously the people in power. I'm essentially using this as the guide because this was done in the 1500s, and that's probably the most granular, detailed picture of it that I could find. But that actually, when you take that picture and you compare it to what I found on Google Maps, if you go to Exeter and you zoom in here, and if I now just turn the camera around a little bit so I can see, so you've got these 2 bridges at the bottom of Exeter, and the city wall kind of runs around, where are we? Odeon. Start to see it after a while. There's Northern Hay Gardens. The wall comes down here, goes across, comes back up here. You can kind of see the remnants of that Roman wall, and it does actually exist to this day. So you can think maybe someone in there. Need to get the right locations, but yeah, probably a part of it. Alright, so you've got this wall section here, this Roman wall, and then they've added stuff on top. And obviously modern roads go through it, but essentially this is a part of the city walls. So I've used a Google Maps picture and overlaid it on top of some topography, as a topography map that I got, which is the height map of the Exeter region, so that I could get the terrain modelled in Unity pretty accurately. Like, this is about height above sea level, so fairly low. Exeter runs, the River Exe runs out to Exmouth, down to the sea, 23 feet later. So it's not a high city. It's pretty low lying. But there is this hill at the top where the castle's right at the top of the hill, and there's obviously I want to model it reasonably well. So what I've done is take that into into Unity and throw it through Gaia, which has then been able to generate a terrain map of the city. So there's a terrain map in here. I'm just going to go down, and that terrain map has now given me a Unity terrain from Gaia. So this is actually it. And I then overlaid the Google Maps photo. If I hide the terrain, you can see that I then marked off where the gates are in red, so it was just on the picture, where the towers are, and I've used that 1500s picture to sort of understand where the towers might have been in the city walls, and the location of major points of interest like the churches, the cathedral, and the castle, and it's got some inner and outer walls around that as well, and some extra towers. So that's been modelled. That was modelled probably 6 to 12 months ago, maybe about 9 months ago, I think. And that's where I got to last night, was to basically, I managed to retrieve this project from my archive. I had some roads that I'd put in here based on the current position of roads, which I believe matches up pretty well with that picture from the 1500s. Wherever that was. And yeah, I am now, I've now painted on the terrain to be able to get rid of those blocks that I had there that were the roads. I still have them in here. I can turn them back on again. So, for example, North Street. So I just had a big block in there just to be able to rotate it, position it, and kind of get a sense for where that road would be. And also to be able to give it a name so that I know where these things are, because undoubtedly when you're sort of walking around the city and interacting with NPCs, you're going to need to know where you are in the city. It's to scale, so if I actually if I turn off these other bits here, and I can fly through it, but I think if I go into play mode and use the Gaia player controller to walk around in it, you kind of get a sense of the scale of the city. Alright, so I'm down there now. I can walk around, and you can see that, you know, moving through buildings, following roads, and going through a gate, exiting the city, you're down to the river down here, gatehouse and so forth. So out this way you would see the river, and then you would see the other side, which might be scenery that's generated, that maybe you can get to, maybe you can't. You've obviously got the city walls here, and then all sorts of things going on here. And it does actually take a bit of time to sort of walk around the city at this rate. Obviously you can ride a horse in Zarktor's realm, which means you can get around this area much quicker. And there's going to be lots of points of interest. So it's a bit like Skyrim, it's a bit like World of Warcraft, where you have cities that have lots of buildings that you can get into and talk to NPCs and make things happen. So anyway, so you kind of get an idea. There's the cathedral. You can see the city walls are gradually getting higher and taller. There's a steep bit here based on the terrain information that I got. There's the government sector, Northern Hay Gardens, and then you're sort of coming up the main bit here. That's the eastern gate out of the city, and then this is the gate, the main gate through to the castle. That's the first gate, and then you're inside, there's gatehouse and things here, and then you're into the second, so you're on the inner sanctum of the castle here, the inner boundary, and then into the castle. So that's kind of my block out, and what I wanted to do this evening was to actually start plonking in, replacing some of these blocks with some of the assets that I've got. Particularly, I want to work on the city walls, because that gives a backdrop to everything else that you see. You're probably going to see it all the time, and the city wall pack that I'm using is Detailed Medieval Castle, and it's got wall sections that can be stuck together. Well, not stuck together, you can place them so that they align, and you can then move from one section to another. I'll quickly If you saw yesterday's stream, sorry if I'm sort of repeating this, but I just want to give you the context. So, medieval castle, it's called Detailed, by Astrofish Games. Oh, that's the Wells one. That's not what I want. Castle one. Okay, this one. Alright, so it's these assets, and in particular the ones that I'm going to be using. I'm not going to be working necessarily on the castle tonight, because I think it will take some time to do it, but the castle walls are in part of the pack here. Let's see if I can find them. That's like main entrance sort of areas, and there's some towers, some sort of interesting towers. I think I found it. There you go. There's the tower. There's the towers. So there's a number of towers around the city walls. So I've got placeholders for these here all the way around, and you can see the wall sections join up with the towers. And I don't know if you can see it, but these towers have walkways in them, so the stairwells that go up in there right the way to the top, so you can actually navigate as a player character all the way to the top, and you can come out on any of these stairwell levels, and if you join up the wall sections carefully, which is what I'm trying to do with these wall sections, you can actually then traverse across the top of the wall. You can traverse on any of these intermediate levels as well, so you can actually move through the walls, and in the walls are these sort of crossbow bowman type windows. I can't remember what they're called, the special name of those, and there's going to be all sorts of things going on in the defense of the city. So and you can see it's basically Lego. It's kind of plugs together, or you position these pieces so that they line up. But it's got quite a lot of capability. That's basically what I'm going to be using this set here to effectively try and build out the city walls here. Now, this is the second time I've done this, because I modelled, as a bit of a proof of concept, I modelled the city walls before, so I know I can traverse all the way around if I position these carefully. One of the things I need to be careful of, though, is in particular with the slope on this side. It goes from quite high wall, and you can see it stepping down, and then it's stepping down again, and then stepping down again as it goes down the hill. And generally the walls would be level, and if they're level, then maybe these walkways are not necessarily going to join up exactly. So I'm going to need to fill a little bit and possibly rotate some wall sections to make them join up when I actually put those in. These sort of supposed to be portcullises, or gates, so I'm going to be putting gate sections in here. My goal tonight is to try and make some good progress on getting these towers in. I'm going to be using that reference material. If I can find the damn thing again, it's Exeter. I should put it on the desktop because I'm going to need it. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. I'm going to put that over there, so I've got it. There we go. Okay, so you can see in the 1500s the way it's been drawn is this pretty basic sort of crenellated wall. I don't know, we don't really know how tall it was. We know how tall it is today, and it's sort of been built on various sections, but I'm going to use this just as a guide for where these main pieces are, and I'm going to use fillers to sort of make it interesting on the way through. But I'm going to try and keep to the gate positions and the tower positions, and then sort of add a little bit of artistic license around the outside to make it interesting. I think there's going to be plenty of interesting thing, because that pack itself makes it very interesting just by throwing these assets in there. But that basically is the group of assets I'm going to be working with. So I'm going to be bringing those assets together to put them into an asset browser so I can see them, and I'll start dropping them in, positioning them, and probably doing a bit of game testing to see how it works in terms of moving around. Now, one of the game test things that I did notice when I first had a crack at this as a bit of prototyping was that if you use these models, which are they're detailed, they're actually quite high poly. They need to be decimated and optimized, I think, on this scale, because it's not just going to be the wall. There's all buildings through all this, and fields and points of interest and things going on in a castle and a cathedral and stuff. So this is going to be populated, and depending on how it performs, more or less, it's going to determine how populated it gets, and I'm going to need some optimization. But certainly when I put the wall in all the way around, and I started dropping in and building up what I imagined to be a castle here, the scene got a bit heavy. It's still working, but it needed optimization. So I stopped there and I thought, okay, and now I know what I need to do with this thing. So I'm interested to sort of see when I start modeling through the city walls how it performs on its own. But I may then do some optimization on that before I go and add all the other things in, because the scene's going to get heavier and heavier, and I want to make sure it's performant. And the other thing that I've been doing the last few days is to bring together all of the characters that I'm using as player characters in the game, in Zarktor's realm. And if you saw my my stream a few weeks ago, if you've not seen it last night, but if you saw it a few weeks ago, you'll probably recognise some of the characters. I've now got them in a sample scene altogether, which sort of simulates a character selection screen for the game. So as you start the game and choose a character, a little bit like World of Warcraft, where you're choosing your race, the sex, and the class of character. That's effectively what this is going to be. And I'm using Lordenfell as a backdrop here, because it's just a nice looking environment. Okay, so here is my set of players. I've positioned the camera well. I've actually turned off the terrain, which is why it looks a bit odd. So this is a pretty heavy scene, because there's a lot of stuff in here that I don't need. I'm just using it basically as a two-dimensional background that's interesting, but there's probably a lot of stuff I could get rid of. And the characters are quite heavy, and you wouldn't normally have all these player characters with all the stuff that's on them in the same scene. But from a character, from a prototyping perspective, I think it's fine. So that's the character set. There's 12 of them. And my goal next week is going to be to, however far I've got with Exeter, is to take probably this character here, who's been wired up to work with Blink RPG Builder, but also I've got a Malba's horse riding system. I want to be able to take that character, put it on a horse, and actually ride through Exeter with some of those buildings there, to actually get a sort of idea of how what the feel of the game is going to be like. And that will allow me to start really working on the level building and playability of the level, because it's quite a big city area. There's going to be interesting things, points of interest, and NPCs and things around. But so that's basically where I'm at in the development cycle. So I'm going to go back to my Exeter scene. It's going to be all about Exeter tonight, and if I can find it, I need to put it in my favourites list here so I can find it easily. Alright, that should now be in this list at the top. There we go. Alright, good. Let's bring that one up. Alright. This scene should be pretty quick at the moment, because there's not much in it. It's just literally a painted terrain, a whole lot of shapes. So I want to start with, I think, the towers. I want to put some towers in here and just replace these, just so that I've got some checkpoints as I move around the wall sections. I'll then be joining them up, and I think that's probably the way to go. That's what I've done before. So alright, and these are named. They've actually got the Albatross Tower and the North Tower, and there's quite a few, and there's intermittent ones as well, so there's a few. And what I'm going to do, I've added a pack into Unity. I don't think I got to the point of installing it. Okay, so Onyx Asset Browser I'm going to use because what I want to be able to do is see the assets. Oh no, it has been installed. Okay, so that's good. I think if I go to, there it is, Control T, bring that window across as well. I'm actually going to put it over on the right here for me because that's where I know on the stream you don't see it, but it gives me the opportunity to drag stuff out of that. I'm going to use that to populate this thing. Okay, so my assets that I'm building from is going to be this detailed medieval castle. I'm going to take the prefabs list, and it's already broken up by type. So you've got ramparts and portcullis and all those sorts of things. There's complete sections. So these are, let me see if I can pop out floating window. Okay, so there's complete sections there which are quite detailed wall sections. That's obviously a number of prefabs glued together. But you can see that from the outside of the city, you've got to try and scale all this rubble and stuff, and then you've got all these very steep vertical aspects, and then at the top it steps out, so it's actually going to be very hard to get up there from the outside. There's the view through. Obviously this would be 3 layers on this particular wall section, and then you've got a way to get in, and on some wall sections there's steps up and down into these areas, and of course you're using these to join together the towers. These are actually complete chunks, so you can use the complete bits to do it, or you can use the individual prefabs and build it up. So I'm sort of in two minds at which way to do it at the moment. I think what I want to do is just start with exploring which of the towers look right in which locations, and then sort of worry about whether they've got the right number of doorways and things. But you can see the level of, I can't zoom into that. You can see it's got a staircase all the way up to the top, all the way through. So it's designed to be traversable. And it looks great. It looks really good from a distance. It looks great up close. If you're in VR mode, obviously you're exploring it in first person, and it looks great there too. So my main concern with it is how performant it's going to be when I build a whole city out of this. But that's where I've got some tools to actually optimize the scene. And I think I spoke about that yesterday. So I've got Sector, which will load and unload parts of the scene to optimize what's actually got to be rendered. And there's some things here that will actually do imposters, which effectively replaces this with almost a 2D texture when you're looking at it from a distance. So it will swap out a very high detailed mesh with a very low detailed one, but you can't tell the difference from a distance. As you get closer to it, it's going to swap back to the more detailed one. So those tools I'm going to start working on once this starts to be this scene gets a bit heavy. All right, so I'm going to put that down there, and I'm going to use my Onyx tool simply because it allows me to categorize these and view them all at the same time. So I've got bridge sections, connector pieces, crossovers, fortifications. I don't think I need any of those. They don't look like they're going to be what I need at this point. Turrets tower. Okay, this is what I want. It's quite a lot of these. So I'm going to bring them all in to this view, which will then allow me to, I think, see them a bit better and be able to select from this, cherry pick them as I bring them in. We've got some turret sections, we've got some stairwell sections, we've got some bases, the roofs at the top, and this is essentially where you can build a room, custom room, so you could put together various pieces here and make something that's quite unique, or you can literally just take a whole tower and just chuck it in. So I think what I want to do at the moment is just start with some pretty chunky tower pieces to just get started, and I may then, if I think I need to make custom rooms like this sort of thing, I might do that for the castle, because I think the castle's got a particular footprint and I want to try and make it interesting in its own way. Alright, so I'm going to move that up out of the way. Show too much, block too much of the view. I can in. Now the other ones that I want are, we've got platforms here, so these are for stairs. Let me just pop that out as well. Staircases, which are pretty good. And of course these join up, depending on what you're trying to do. There's a floor section there, which is obviously designed for a centerpiece. There's some connecting pieces that are used, and then you've got lots of building pieces. You can see the scale of these. These are whole, not quite a level, but almost a level of a building that you could populate. You can put a whole inn inside that thing. It's quite huge. We've got cliffs, and I'll probably be using these to sort of build up the right levels underneath the towers and underneath the city walls, just to sort of randomize it. Portcullis, this is sort of the main. I think this will be the sort of thing where it's the main gate, and you can take off the lion and the banners and recolor them. But you can see here it's actually got all the pieces inside to actually make a portcullis work, which is quite interesting. And then you've got all these sort of subsections in here where you would have defenders, pouring stuff over the side of the wall to the attackers. So some of these are quite intricate. And there's a good example of the multi-level thing. So you've got this doorway through here. You've got a staircase up, out, up, out, and you can get up to this level, and then effectively onto this level, which then joins over the wall, and you can reverse there, or you can go up to the next level. So I think this sort of section is going to really help me change levels where I'm going up a hill, because it's actually got that slope on there. So if I join that up carefully, that should work. I just need to make sure that all of this stuff is on the outside, obviously, not the inside. That's the inside of the city, and that's the outside there. What else? Staircases. So yeah, there's some interesting sort of staircases that run to gain, just quite a bit of height on that. So that may be interesting for the castle, perhaps. Some tunnels. They look really cool. I think I'm going to be using them to get from the castle down into a dungeon. So that a few of these will be joined together. And yeah, this pack is it's huge. It's really huge. There's a lot in it. Walkways. Yeah, so you can kind of see the scale of this thing. I am going to bring that out a bit so I can see a little bit more of what I'm doing, because I think selecting these is going to be interesting. Now, there's a section here called singles, and this is where custom pieces sort of come together. So if there's a particular need to fill a hole with something, a walkway, I don't know why these are low poly. Yeah, so cobblestone sections, wall sections. So I suspect I may be adding some of these in as fillers to sort of fill in gaps where things just don't add up. There's gaps. Floorboards, heavy floors, concrete floors, turrets. So all sorts of random sections can get added, and as long as they sort of blend in, people will never know unless they watch this stream and see me building it. So yeah, very interesting. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with these completes, and I'm going to actually start with the towers, because these are going to underpin where those corner pieces are going to be, how tall they're going to be, how the pieces that I'm going to be joining on for the wall next to this. It's going to determine what goes on there. I've also got a wizard's tower, which is quite interesting. That will probably be within the castle boundaries. And these ramparts, I think I'm going to be using these ramparts quite a bit. That's the inside, so this is ground level inside the city, and this is perhaps the ground level outside the city. So I'm definitely going to be taking the terrain on the outside and burrowing it out so that you've got effectively like even a moat. I know there's a drawbridge apparently in the records behind the castle, so I don't know if there's a drawbridge in this pack, but I'm pretty sure I can build one if need be. So I think this is probably where I'm going to start. Start dropping some of these in. Central courtyard, probably not going to use that building. This one. I'll probably use the Portcullis. Yeah, I'll use that for a couple of gates, I think. And there's a rampart, there's the stairs, rampart straight, and the towers. So I think this folder is going to give me some of the main elements that I need. Alright, good. Alright, let's chuck one of these in. Which one am I going to use here? Actually, what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start thinking about... This is the water gate. So this actually is where the dock is. So it's likely to be a larger area, a larger gate. It won't be just a walkway that a person can get through. It'll be probably a major one, I would say. I would say something like that, or even bigger, perhaps. Let's see if the Portcullis looks any better next to that. They look pretty similar, actually. Did I drop the same one in twice? I did. That was silly. Rampart entrance, was that the one? No. Oh, maybe it was in the other pack. Portcullis. Portcullis door. Oh, yeah, it might be this one. Alright, so I'm just going to bring these in to get a sense of the height of this and whether it would be suitable to sort of build this particular the water gate to make that using one of these big pieces, or to actually use something else. Okay, that was pretty impressive. That is a section of wall that's not actually got the portcullis in it, I don't think. Alright, take that one out. I'm going to use, I think I'm going to use that bigger one. So a little bit of artistic license here. I don't know whether Exeter would have had quite a fancy element like this. Just adjust the mic. All right, so let's take out some of these other bits. So we've got the level there. This is actually the inside, so it should be, I think, that way around by the look of it. Yep. So all this walkway here is on the inside of the wall. That's the outside. And I think, and there's a tower here as well. So let's just go down and have a quick look. And we are almost the right height. Let's sort of bring that in. An approximate way of doing it. Okay. I don't know if that would be wide enough, but it's. I can always swap this piece out if I need to. And then the rocks obviously start here, so I can dig out this piece of the terrain. I mean, I know that the height map is correct as it is today, but I also suspect that it's changed over, over the years, and it's quite possible that it needs something, a bit more substantial like that, with a drawbridge across it. So, in which case, the height on the inside is not right. So definitely, it's going to need some terrain cut away, I think, in order to get the height right. I want the height inside the city to be correct, and the outside the city where attackers are going to be is going to be a different story. I'm going to carve that terrain away, which will expose the base of a lot of these models, and if I then have gaps, I'm going to add in rock faces and so forth. Do I need this guy? I'm going to leave him there just to remind me that it is there. This sort of stuff is very very typical of how they would sort of make a wall very strong, is to put a massive great bolt through it and sort of hold it together all the way through. So here you can see, I actually got the wall sections out. Let's take out, we don't need that now because that's emulating a portcullis. I'm going to take out these two. I'll take out these two here because they will be adjoining sections that we're going to come in. But if I move into this, actually let me put it in play mode and I'll just quickly show you what that looks like in Gaia's player character walk around. So I should be able to traverse up the staircases. Okay. Alright, I've removed a section of wall there, obviously, so that's why that's now open. Okay, coming into the wall, and I can get through, and I can drop down, and so I can get in and out that section. The level there needs to be fiddled with, it's a little bit too steep, I need to jump up it. But in here, this would go through to another section. If I line it up correctly, or I can block it off, and then obviously I've got stairwells up and up again, and depending on how I align the next section of wall, so this is a tower, so this would be one of the entranceways into one of the stairwells of the tower. I've got a little section out here to look into the city. Here's the mechanism for the portcullis. And there's another stairwell on the other side, another walkway through which would join another piece. So you can see why I'm using this pack. It's quite intricate. I'm not sure what those lines are. Oh, that's lighting. That's lighting coming in from above through the slats. So there's the windows I was talking about, where you obviously, as an archer, you would choose this position in here and be firing your weapons out there. But you can, from here, get up onto the main part, throw stuff over the side, and this timber stuff is going to join up with ports and maybe the top of the wall section. Probably go into the tower here, and then on the other side it will connect up with the wall section. So yeah, you can see it's got a brazier there with some flame. It's a nice, really nice pack. So that's one gate. Pretty happy with that. I think I can jump out of there. That's good. All right. All right. Let's throw in some more towers and gates, and then start joining stuff up, because it gets really interesting when you can actually start plugging this together and actually traversing through and on top of the wall. So I'm going to look from the outside, and I want to, based on my picture over here. So that's this one that I'm doing here. You can see there's a tower on the left of it, and then there's the gate. There's no tower on the other side that I can see. So I think I'm just going to have the gate. I'm going to put tower on this side, and then the wall's going to join up on this side. So I'm going to get rid of this one, and I'm going to put a tower here in the approximate location, and then I'll join the tower and this somehow with another section if I need to. And I might move it around a little bit. It's very approximate, but you can see why I've marked out the roads, because I want to keep everything to scale. It is actually to scale, so this is the real size of Exeter, but I want to keep this to scale because as I build out these sections of the city, I don't want to populate this area and then run out of space and start encroaching on the cathedral area when I'm still out in blacksmiths and markets and things. So I really want to have these zones carefully mapped out. Alright, so I think the orientation of that's alright. I want to put back in that gate's fine. Wall. Well, I'm going to leave these prefabs in here because I can just sort of check if things are roughly in the right position. And that looks approximately right. So there will be wall sections that will probably step out and then gradually join up over here with the next tower section. So that's good. Whether I need another tower section here, don't know yet. I'm going to figure that out very, very shortly. So I'm going to go to those completes and I'm going to, I think, bring in one of the towers to put in here. So actually, I should check into source control. Okay, this is a fair bit of stuff I did just before this session to actually get Exeter's scene into this project. Alright, let's do that. Let's roll back in here and change and commit that. So Exeter imported. Basic grey boxes. Alright. Good. If you have any questions while you're watching the chat, watching the stream, please just chuck them in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them as we're going through this. All right, so that's where I want to put a tower. Turrets and towers. The question is completes. That's I think what I want. Tower 1 and Tower 2. So that's got 3. That's got 3. I think I'm going to use a more substantial one in this area here. The tower is actually quite tall, and of course that's the back of it, so I need to rotate that around so that the enemies are looking at the outside, and plonk that in there. Try and line stuff up. Right. Actually, you know what I really should do with these prefabs is make them semi-transparent. It would be much more helpful. Let's try it with this one. I want to size. Have I added this scene to source control? I don't think I have yet. Maybe I have. Arcade. Yeah, no, I think it has been. Why can't I edit? It's using the materials, that's why. So I'm going to create a new material. Yeah. And the material I'm going to call it transparent grey box. I just think it'd be useful to have visibility of the wall while I'm placing things, so I can kind of see through it. Right. Just want to make that. Glass, no. Barrett. Cut out. Nope. I think I need to give it a base texture. Problem though. Something that is semi see-through. That shader is a built-in shader, that's why it's coming out pink. That's a pain. Cut out. Color transparent. It's almost right. Just large. Not sure what shape. Be okay just to get an outline of where those things are. Oh, it's doing something weird. Got to cut out in the middle of it. What's going on there? Okay. Cut off. All I want is just to somewhat see through. I wish I had a glass shader in here. I'm sure I had glass. One of these other ones. Actually, you know what might have it is one of the dawn shaders. Ah, okay, so no, I think I might be just wasting my time with this. I think it's an unlit transparent cutout. That's not what I was looking at before. Not quite what I want. Difference what you use. Cutoff strip doesn't. Aha! There we go. That's what I'm after. Yeah, that's what I'm after. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to plonk that material now. Material greybox, I want to plonk that onto all of this stuff. There's the okay, so let's plonk it on there. That's better. A little bit more see-through. Much better. Ridgemount Castle. I'll still do them, yep. Okay, into churches and cathedrals. These are just made of blocks as well. But because of that, they're not. I need to go into itself. That should work. Kind of gives it a little bit of a sort of ghost image for these things, which I think could work. Now, what was that one? That one actually is a building that I don't need. I've got the location for it. I don't need anything other than be some crosses in there. Reset the position there. That'll do. It gives me just a position for where that is. And then we've got points of interest. So these ones will also have greybox there. That's much better. Much better. Much better. Save. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Yeah, you can see how this complex prefabs come in, because it's built up of all this stuff. So there's barrels and all sorts of things in here that can be taken out to simplify the mesh, I guess, or to move it around. So that can be moved. So it's nested prefabs, essentially, is what we're looking at here. Okay, that shading thing I think is going to work quite well, because it allows me to really see whether or not these are effectively in the right position, and I don't have to remove them. I can just be sort of building them and I can see through. So let's tackle this issue of joining these two bits up. And the other thing I might do is to take all of this stuff and make it so I can't touch it, I can't interact with it in case I want to click it. I don't really want to be clicking on the terrain either. I just really want to be messing with the prefabs. White map, don't really need them. Right, so I should, if I click around, the only thing I really am clicking on is the stuff I'm adding now. All this other stuff is protected. Cool, that works well. Alright, so this guy, let's see if we can line him up. Which section it come in? Right, so that needs to come in there. Come down to the ground level. Does look a bit high to me. Okay, that's more what I'm looking at. Does that traverse? Yes, probably it does. Okay, that looks like that could join. Like that could join, and then we're up to that level. It looks like you can walk out there. So I just need to join those sections more closely together. I'm just going to be jumping around a little bit to try and get this to work. Like the whole prefab. Question of how close to make it now. May even need to overlap a bit to make it work. Okay. Need to figure out what I'm doing on that side. Let's go down the staircase. Okay. So this sort of thing, yeah, I'm not overly worried about these sorts of joins, and I don't want to necessarily plug them completely together, because I need to be able to turn corners. I need to be able to have this wall match where I've got this grey box stuff, because that's the shape of Exeter's walls. So there's going to be no ideal way to do it. And the whole city's not at the same flat level. It's not all at 0 on Y. So there's going to be height changes I need to factor in here. So I think what I'm going to do is just plonk these in and try and get a general working, navigation between these layers, so that you can go through and you can connect through. Okay, I can go through there and I can get into this bit, and then there's going to be some tweaking, and it might be adding a plank in there to cover, conceal the problem, as long as the overall mesh is roughly in the right place. So that's, and you can see on this side now I've got where this piece of wall is going to need to join with this thing, and it may step out more in this sort of angle. It's obviously got to come all the way over to here, so I suspect I'm going to be modifying these angles a little bit. Let's just see how that looks from the top. Okay. The intersecting geometry might be a little bit of a problem, but I'm not overly concerned. I think it's roughly right. And then obviously below ground level, when I start cutting away the terrain on the outside here, I can go down as far as I need to have potentially the natural ground level being down here, and then have a drawbridge across if I need to, or I can just leave it like that. You wouldn't. Bearing in mind, this is the dock down here, so this is all going to get channeled out for the water, and I'm going to have river auto material flowing through this area, the river X out to the sea that way. Alright, now I'm pretty happy with those two. So that's to the towers. Let's have a look back at the old reference picture. So these two, I want to have a look at this west gate, I think, because I want to join these joining bits I want to do last, because that's what does the correction in height and the correction in turning corners like this. So I need these to be in the right position, and then I can kind of jimmy this around corners and so forth. So I need a gate, probably with a portcullis, but I may not use that one. I may use something different. So that's this area here. It's probably not that wide. All right, so let's grab. Close all that. That's what I want. Village. I want to close that. I want to close that. And I'm looking for Portcullis. I think that's what I want. Door one. Yeah, it's probably something like that. It's a straight section of wall that then joins up, has an entrance, and then it continues onto a straight piece of wall. So it's probably going to be this one, possibly that one. Yeah, I'm going to make it a major wall section here. So let's put that in, back to front. And again, try and get the level on the inside to be the right floor level. So I'm not messing too much with the terrain inside the city. I can mess around outside the city, I think. Alright, so I need that to be traversable easily. Yeah. And then on this side, I can add stuff on the outside here if I need to. Okay, I've got plenty of rock packs and things like that. That could work. And then I'm looking down the list of sections that are going to join these walls together, and the same sort of thing out here. So I think that will work. Cool. All right, that's good. This has a main sort of portcullis thing. It doesn't have the joins on the side, which is interesting. It's got this area here, so obviously you can walk through this bit. Let me just check this out on this other one. That's what I'm using. It's the other one. Oh, yeah. What's the difference? Is on that side. No, look, I'm happy with that. I can always switch these out later if I need to. Okay, so that goes along, and section away here you then get Albatross Tower, which I'm assuming is like a watchtower. So we need this thing here to be Albatross Tower. Turret towers, I think is what that's going to be. And it's probably going to be quite a substantial... If anything's going to come in from the sea, it's going to come up the River X. It's going to be spotted by this guy. So it wants to be a tall, the giant tower probably. But that's actually for the city, for the castle, because I don't think it's got, yeah, it hasn't got the stuff that it needs to join. I could, of course, build it up. I think these are the sections I need. Tower, corner, tower base. Yeah, okay, so I think it's the sort of one. Alrighty. Very approximate. I'm going to... That's actually a corner one. That's actually not what I want. Tower turret. Turret. That's actually for an end point. It's a rampart section. Tower. Yeah, maybe it's one of these I need. Tower corner. That may work better. Is this one here? Actually, maybe. Actually, I've been looking at it the wrong way. It's got two areas. It's designed to be on a bit of a corner, which might work quite well in that location. If I do this, okay. Alright, so you're going to come in from this side and then go out that side. Doesn't quite line up, but it may not need to be exact. It is approximate. But it's going to need to come straight out of this tower piece and go across. So yeah, that's where this section may need to be jimmied, or that section may need to be jimmied, so that the wall, if you're walking across the top of the wall, you come into this bit, and then you've got a higher tower up here. And then off this section, I should be able to come out of one of these. It's almost right. I'm going to leave that there, and I may use those corner sections again here. So if that's the Albatross one, I certainly need a corner one here. Actually, that's interesting that Albatross Tower is actually in, it looks like it's inside the wall, so it hasn't got its own section. It looks like it's actually just a tower inside the city bounds. I might switch that out. Anyway, I want to see what I can do with these. So this one definitely needs to be able to turn over 90 degrees to get into that corner. How does that work? those sections aren't supposed to be open like that. I don't think that's the right one. Turret. Turrets. No, it's only got an end of a wall, so there'd be no way through. Okay. Work. Yeah, I think it's that one. I think that's the one. Right. That's got 4 levels. This one, I don't think has 4 levels. 3 levels, but that's okay. And again, this is a prefab of prefabs, so I can build all this out if I need. If it's just going to take a lot longer. So this is actually made up of pieces. So I could cut this and add another piece above it if I need to. Smart builder. Smart builder. Okay. Now let me just check whether that other piece is going to work. Tower corner. So that one's got 3. That one got 3. Looks like it's, yeah. I think the one I'm working is the right one for this. That tower actually looks pretty tall, and I don't know if it would actually make sense to make it like that. It's still going to be taller than the rest of the wall. But I just need these levels to be traversable. Out here and all the way over to this one. Alright, let's go with that. And then we're coming out this way, going in that direction. Okay, and I'm missing, oh no, there you go. Cool, alright, so there, it's looking good. Don't need this guy. Let's save that and see what's next. Okay, so the north gate looks pretty substantial. It's probably a little bit like this water gate, I think. There's towers and there's buildings sort of built into it, so I think this one's going to be a reasonably substantial piece. And again, we're starting to go up the hill a little bit now, so the height on the inside is important. The height on the outside will be played with, but I want to have roughly the right height. And this is where I was talking about the wall sections having to change height. So obviously if this is completely flat and I come along here, whilst there's a little bit of a slope on some of these bits, this bit here goes back down again. And you can see that I'm going to need to change height as I go up here. I think what I had to do last time was something very subtle, like a little bit of a tilt on it. And then the wall sections might have a bit more and a bit more and a bit more. And yeah, maybe there's a custom bit that helps you sort of shift up the level. But it's not that noticeable when you're in it. Whether it's level will be noticeable when you're looking at it from a distance. Yeah, might probably on this bit it wouldn't be a good idea, but on the other wall sections I'm certainly going to be looking at that. Are we looking at 3 sections of wall? Yes, we are. 1, 2, 3, and then got the top. Yep, cool. Alright, I think I'm happy with that one. Save. Next. Okay, we come up here and the castle wall is interesting. I think this is quite intricate around here, as you can see from my boxy mock-up. So there's a couple of tower sections here that I've put in, and you've got sort of an outer wall, and then a second wall, and then a third wall around the castle. And I think this would probably be boxed in as well. This would have maybe gates on the inside. But certainly there is, as I've discovered, there is supposedly a moat and a drawbridge on this side. So I need something here in this part of the wall that isn't necessarily visible. It's behind here. It might be this thing here where you traverse out and go out to the drawbridge. I don't know. So I'm going to use something here. A portcullis section I think looks good. I'm using artistic license here to kind of make it be what I think it would be. And I think the height on that would be more substantial than that's the right way around. So if that's the ground level, I probably will bring that up even higher and just bring the terrain out a little bit to join this so that you can traverse across in it, and then you've got a drawbridge and you can see the height difference here. If you've got water down at this level, yeah, so that'll work, I think. Here, through into potentially the inner wall, and then you've got another set of walls before you actually get into the castle. So there's multiple layers of defences on this thing. Okay, do these roughly line up with where the wall is? Kinda. And the painting that I've done on the terrain is very approximate, roughly where the roads are, and it's just to give me some guidance on placement of things. This isn't the final texture. It looks a bit ugly. It looks a bit almost pixelized, the way that it's sort of. I'm going to need to blend this a little bit better. So that's good. I should be able to, at least if I'm traversing it in Gaia's player control, I should be able to maybe jump across there. Sure. Okay, so that'll do for the time being. Alright, next one. So that's kind of the tower behind this. I'm going to come back to this area here and look at some other references, but I just want to get the portcullis thing on the back. And then you've got the east gate, which is, it looks like one of these, the same as the west gate, so copy. I'll grab this guy and duplicate. And he is going to go all the way up the side. Whoop. that on the outside. Out. In the middle of the wall. I mean, a lot of fiddling. There was a lot of fiddling last time to get this stuff to line up. But it gets easier as you add more items, I think, because you can see it, how it's coming together. Wants to be walkable on the inside. And I want to make it join those two sections of wall. So that's the average between these two angles, I think, is kind of what I'm after. Alright, that's cool. Should be able to come in from the side as well and walk through to this section of wall. Cool. Alright, so that's the east gate. Then you've got this tower here. So I think that's going to be more of a lookout tower. Corner, it is on a corner. Corner. Yeah, I think that. And again, I'm going to be cutting away the terrain on the outside. So there's a fair bit of rock below this, and of course I can add more. This is just a set of prefabs, so I can build it up as however high it needs to be. Okay, so I should be able to come in this wall, go across and go out and join up with this one. Good. And walk along the top of the wall and join up. Get up to the top of the tower. That's good. Save. You can see what I mean about this scene getting heavy. Even with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces, it's got a lot of individual content there, so it needs to go through an optimization process to probably put in imposters and to, you know, render part of the scene that's visible. And it's certainly wherever, if the player's at this end, you probably don't need to render some of this stuff more than a 2D, you know, a distant representation of it. So these imposter tools will do that for you. Okay, so that's that tower. I'm now going down to this one, which looks very similar to me. So I'm going to duplicate this guy. Move him down there. Put him in at a similar angle. So coming in from the wall and going out. Yep, that looks about right. Heading off towards this one. I think this is Burnet Patch Bridge across this section. We're off here now. More like a square. Need to have a smaller entrance on some of these, and I think this is a fairly narrow, place. Where next? Where's the cathedral? There's the cathedral. Right, and there's the Roman walk. There it is, Burnet Patch Bridge. So you can see this road here in the present day I think it's 2 lanes, but it's pretty. Oh, 1 lane. There you go. Burnet patch. Yeah, so that's the way the mayor would get from his house across to the cathedral. Yes, it's pretty narrow now, and so that's the Roman wall there. It wouldn't have been just this at the time. It would have been something else more substantial than that. But you can see it's reasonably narrow, so I don't want a massive structure here. I want something that is a little bit smaller so that we've got some bit of variation in this thing. Rampart, stairs, entrance, no. No. Singles, arch doors. I could construct one, but I just want to use a prefab for the moment. Okay, there it is. Singles. Portcullis. Buildings now. Entrance. Okay, so it's an entrance to a building. Can't really use that one. Side entrance. That could work, but it has to actually match up with these other sections of wall. It has to be the same sort of height, and I think it's quite a bit lower. I think this might sit on top. I think the width of it's probably about right. But it needs all the other stuff. It needs all the other stuff around it. Means I'm probably going to be using one of these portcullis ones. See if I can get something that actually going to work to go up the hill. Would work. That would work. Just because if that's, I'm looking out that way now, I'm going up the hill, and I'm potentially coming out on a high level side. That could work. Sort of assisting getting the height difference. Okay, how does that work? Am I looking in the right direction? Yes, I am. Yep, that's cool. Come out that side. It's not a huge, as it is, the proportion of it's probably about right, actually. Okay. Then in theory, I'm coming from a lower section of wall over here, and then able to move up to a higher section and across to these. That's good. All right. So I'm now down to this one here, which looks like just another tower. And I think what I might do, completes again, tower corner. How much of an angle have I got on this? Yeah, okay. Getting the angles right on this required a bit of adjustment when I first prototyped this. Look. That might help actually with the height change. Come in at this level, go up a level, and then come out at this level. Join up. That means you're coming out on an angle, but then you're going in this direction to join up. But you're literally going straight across under there. I think that's going to work. Okay. And then we'll do something up here with another stairwell or something. Yeah, it could work. Got the observing point here too. Good. Alright. And then we've got this gate. Heaps of them open. Okay. So we're down at the south gate, which has actually a church sort of attached on it, and I think it's got some weird configuration here, but I'm going to put a normal portcullis. Actually, you can see there's a bridge across it in the 1500s. Probably it was a moat at some point and a drawbridge at some point when it was more used for defence. Obviously, by the 1500s, it's more of a commercial residential city rather than a defensive military installation. But yeah, okay, so we definitely want to be able to put in a drawbridge on this one and channel this out to be able to have order on this side. So how's the angle of the wall? Wall is a little bit, could almost be straightened, which suggests a rampart Portcullis one. Yeah, I like that. I'll use that. Okay. And then we can bring it up and down and whatever to fix up the levels on the outside. So we're kind of looking right on the inside. I might do it like that. Corner looks okay. And then I'll build up this if I need to so that it's coming in level. It's cool. Yep, we can come out of there. I think that should work. Actually, I need to. Yeah, I need to work with that edge. And then out this way. And we're heading towards this one, so that's good. Alright. I might make it a bit more substantial by putting a tower on the side. I think I like the idea of that. I wonder if there's some other tower that I've not used. Use that one. Actually, that could cause problems because I'm turning corners. I don't want to turn. It should be straight. That's not going to work. I need something different to that. Rampart straight. So the ramparts. That one's got the two smaller towers. Wizard's Tower is actually going to go up in the castle area, so that's fine. These turn corners, and that's not what I want at the moment. I'm certainly going to be using all these rampart pieces shortly to join all this up. Grand hall rampart. Might be the sort of location where in this thing hey, that's probably the outside wall. That's probably side. Then need something on here. I'll probably add that. I'm going to add that separately. That's fine. I'm going to leave that. I think we can start joining some of this stuff up. Do we need to turn a corner there? Yes, we do. I need to take that guy and do the same on this side, I think, because the angles are going to be off otherwise. Traversable, I think. Yeah, that bit is even as well. Good. Alright, and then we're coming out on that angle. Yeah, I can make that work. Particularly if I rotate this guy a little bit, bring him back. That one's going to be fiddly. Okay, I think I'm going to start joining these up, and this is where the fiddling starts, is getting it all traversable on each of the levels all the way around, which I've done before. I know it's possible. Okay, where am I going to start? Let's start on a flat section, make it easier. Oh, that's two there. Okay. So it's roughly in line with the wall. Okay. Yeah, so that's a rampart section where you've got the outside pretty much matching that section, so it's nice, you can kind of see from the outside whether it roughly lines up. Like so. I think it's sort of approximately right. There's something happening on the inside, so it's not quite right yet. Those two sections may not join. That's not traversable. And no, there's that. That's not. And it might be just because I'm using this gate part here. I don't think belongs. Yeah. Portcullis door. Yeah, that could be a bit tricky to work with, that one, just because of the way it joins up. I don't remember what I used last time. Might be one of those things where I put something custom in there, like an archway, and then use something else to traverse through. That's called a portcullis, but I don't see a portcullis. Special about that one. Lots of walkways. Multiple levels. Okay, obviously is designed to join segments together. I think I'm going to need one of them somewhere. Need that. Yeah, that's kind of supposed to go down and down in. Okay. I need to do something different this side. Okay, that could work. You need to do some player testing and actually have a playable character walk through this to see whether or not it is actually traversable. Even if it looks like it is. It's funny with that one, but I think this one here should be alright. Those two are okay. I think it's this one that's going to be. Yeah. Right, time for a play test. Where am I? Oh yeah. Alright, so that's the west gate. Bring up that level a little bit. Yeah. The wall. Can go through to this section of wall. Go up. And I can't get through that because of something. Okay. That's where my problem is. Shouldn't be open on that side. Okay. Find a different way of handling this piece. It has a completely different configuration to the rest of the wall. Right stairs. Straight. Let me bring out these parts. Closer look at them. Okay, yep. It's actually entering on the 3rd level, which is interesting. There's okay, so piece there. Not sure I need to use that one at the moment. These ones be normal sections around this way. Okay, so that's got a gate in it, but it's only for one side, I think. That's the inside. It's the outside, so it's not really a gate all the way through. It's a way to get into the ramparts, but it's not a way to get through. It's definitely a Portcullis type. I didn't think I had this problem last time. Portcullis ones. Maybe it was because I should have been using complete pieces. That's why. I should be using this guy. Take him. He's not right. It needs to be this one. Because these wall sections that join up like this, I need them to have the three in, and then the one on the top, which is the traversable piece of the ramparts at the top. And then I'll tailor the look of these by just taking various sections and doing something with them. That's what I should be doing. Okay, so that should actually be there. That's about right. Through there and right off to there and through this side. Oop. Should be able to go. I think this needs to be a bit though. Make that really line up. Yeah, that's better. Okay, that should work much better now. Should have used those complete pieces. So rampart, stairs, rampart straight. Let's bung some rampart straight pieces in here. Which way? It's the outside. And I think it's quite handy that this paved part is actually where there is definitely a path running on the inside wall. So that could actually be that piece. See what that does. Bring that one down. Where it's going. Slot him. There's definitely going to be some overlapping meshes every now and again. Approximately the right height. So there's going to be the odd thing like this where the timber doesn't look quite right, but I need to be able to turn corners. I'll go along here now. I can move across to this section and it doesn't look like from the inside that you even know that you've changed sections. And that's what you want, is just literally you can keep running and run all the way through the ramparts. And not realise that they're actually separate sections that turn corners and things. So I think that's the sort of stuff we've got to look at, is the levels. Because I may have to do something like this, where it tips, to be able to slope it. So I'm going to start sort of, probably from each side, I'll start working out, and then they'll gradually converge and join. I think that's probably the easiest way. But okay, let's take that section again and move him to the other side. I'm aiming to join up with these entrances on this wall, so this probably will need moving and rotating and things, so this is why it's a little bit approximate. So this join up. Almost. Good enough, it's good enough. Okay. Looking good. Definitely need to budge that one over, I think. Okay, probably want another one of those. So you can mix it up, and on the outside, I think there are sections that have these cross windows, whatever they're called. What are they called? They're called Archer Cross Windows Medieval name. Yeah, these things. What are they called? Arrow slits. Of course they are. So the arrow slits are on some of these sections, and then other ones have got these big, what are they called? Big stone supports. So, these ones. Upstairs, so that's really changing the levels too much. I don't want to do that one. That's could work. Ramparts. Some of these ones. On the entrance. On a door on it. Straight section. Yeah, one of them. Are they called buttresses or something? I want to know. Okay, so this is what we've got with the castle. We've got this inner bailey and outer bailey. The moat is only on one side, and then the city walls are part of it, so... No. Did research this at one point. Sections are called... Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. This thing, whatever these buttresses I think they're called. So I want to kind of mix it up so that there are these arrow slits, and then there's buttresses, and then there's arrow slits, so that it's kind of staggered. It's not going to be an exact science, but I do want to try and have the wall look interesting and not all the same pace each time, because these bits have this on it and these ones don't. So it's they're probably going to come in sections of 2 and just plug them together, hopefully. Okay, now I'm going to make sure stuff starts to line up, and I'm going to make sure it's traversable. A bit of a difference in height change. Might not be a problem. But let's see what we can do with straight lines. Yeah, you don't go in that bit, you go in this bit. Through there, through this bit. Here, through here, we can go down those stairs out to this bit, change levels down to the bottom level, through. Yeah, that's all. Should. Cool, and it starts to look really cool from the outside. So I think I want one of them in there to join to this piece. And I think I might just keep that nice and straight, just to keep life simple. There's not many areas where it's actually level enough to do this. I'll turn a little bit of a corner. I want it to... I need it to angle around at some point. So I think do something like that. It's kind and barely noticeable when you're running around inside. You barely notice the change in direction. Okay, how's that playing? This one's obviously going to need to shuffle along a bit. I've got two there. Why have I got two? Oh, that's not right. I must have duplicated it. Okay, so this one, I'll try and line them up now. Not far off. Definitely needs to come in, so take and then bring this guy in. I might need to get rid of this piece, but I'll do that after. I'll make sure everything lines up. It's not quite right because I can see out, so you should see out from there. That should be way up there. Get that. That works. And that looks like that'll work. Cool. Actually, that's just a window. That's not going to work. You got the height wrong. Yeah, I've got the height wrong. Okay, so 2. And that's where I can change the height on this side at least. Okay, let's make sure these floors line up. Oh, sorry, that's not a traversable section, that's why. That's where I want to be. Side there. Okay, that looks probably right. Coming in there to a stairwell. Okay. Coming out and going to the direction. Go this way. Cool. And we can go through that way. Up the stairs. Out through that way. Up the stairs. Out that way. We can go up that way. Up, up, up. Up, 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 up. Tower's tall. It's a very tall tower. But I like it. I think that's nice. And that is... that is this one. That's the Albatross Tower, which is supposed to be tall. But I might put another couple in, replace some of these ones to make them really, really tall as well. Oh, excuse me. All right. That looks like a window, so that's good. You can't come out through a window. And that's the highest point that works for the wall. So that's good. And then we're back in and we're coming out at the same level on the wall. That's Cool. I think the next one is save. Actually, before I go too much further, I just want to check this inner source control again, just because I'm doing a lot of good work and I don't want to lose this. Let's move stuff at the top. Hi, Miss King. Fun or for a living? It's for fun. I don't make a living out of it yet. When Zarktor's Realm is released in about 18 months, if it makes enough money, then I might start making a living out of it. But no, it's probably 40 hours a week of time in my spare time that I'm working on it. But it is not my day job. I've got a day job. I'm a CIO of our family business, and this is what I do in my spare time. So, but yeah, thanks. It does look very cool. Very, very cool models, and I think it does work really well for Exeter because of the history of Exeter, and the fact that it's a realistic. There's a real city there. So take the terrain out, and that's actually the real city of Exeter underneath to scale. So yeah, it's a real place. You can go there, you can walk through, you can actually see the Roman wall sections. But obviously the walls that I'm putting in here are the ramparts are artistically probably very different from what they were at the time, but who cares? Makes it interesting. Alright, so I'm going to take that out, and I'm going to I've saved it. Did I check in the source control? I don't think I did. It's mostly going to be this extra scene. That's fine. I've got my transparent greybox. That's good. To do that and commit. Extra. What is this? This is Portcullis and wall sections. Right, cool. You can see the scene slowing down already with these parts. So by the time the wall goes right way around, it does get a bit heavy, and I will need to run optimizations on this. Okay, I'm going to take. There's a little bit of a turn in here, but just to save a little bit of effort each time, I'm going to take these. I'm going to take. Yeah, and I'll take these three because they've been joined already, and I'm going to duplicate them, and then just shuffle them along and rotate them into place. Just saves time joining them up. And then I've got to do something a bit fiddly on this side because I've got to make them work with these exits. And I know it's not going to be quite right just yet. So, moment. There will be some change in height. So some of these, so to come up. And I need to make sure by game testing that it's actually traversable, because I think it won't be at the moment, because you're coming down these stairs. Great, you can get out there, but you can't go down the rest of the stairs. So I'm going to have to jimmy around with this a little bit. And I suspect maybe even modify this one. I want it going off in that direction. It's in the right direction. I may need to do it a little bit more just to get it lining up. Okay. We do want that one coming out at that level. But we want it more. One of those things requires a little bit of fiddling to get it to work. And if there's any gaps in the building, I'll put some fillers in to close those up. That's the least of my worries. I think the main thing is that these bits join up. So, can I get through there? It's okay, because you run along this bit and you actually jump up onto this platform, and then you're down, and then you're into the next section. So that could be jumpable. And then you're into here, and then this is where it gets a bit of a problem. Might need to play with that. Height might work for that level, but doesn't work for the other one. That could be traversable now, to some degree. It needs tidying up. I certainly wouldn't leave it like that in the game. That looks ugly. But I just want to be able to sort of replace these grey boxes with proper meshes so that it actually looks somewhat real, and then I'll fix things that like this that don't look right by effectively sort of removing. Might remove some of these and jimmy them across and crop them and things like that. But I do want it to be traversable, so if we go down these stairs, we've got a problem with this. That doesn't go anywhere. It's okay. I think that's going to be that's a bit of a problem. It shouldn't be like that. If we change the levels, I wonder if we change the levels too much. So that's got a stairwell on that side. Maybe that's the problem, is the stairwells actually. Let's take that down. Just have a sneaking suspicion that that stairwell isn't needed. Okay, come out here, and then we've got this guy. And I might join these. I don't want to join them. I don't want to join them. I just want to plug and play them. See if we can come out the same height. That might work a bit better. Okay, so now we go down the stairs, and what do we see? That's quite right. It's not quite right either. Something's definitely screwy with this corner piece here. I think it's too tall. But this is supposed to be the top level. It's almost workable. And that's a window, so that is definitely coming in at the right level, but I need to be able to walk out on this one. You know what? I might try and just get this going here. I don't know why that's lower on that side. Lower. Yeah, a bit more. And I know the angle's a little bit wrong on this because you're coming in on this angle and going out on that angle, but the wall actually should be more in line with this bit. And so I was saying, there's a lot of sort of filling and faffing to get it to where it should be. Right, I'm going to join them up later. By potentially taking out this one and then building some custom stuff to join that. I want this tower, this Albatross Tower, to be tall like that. That works quite well. Section is going to work well. We don't need these ones. There. Cool. Okay. Might do a quick play test just to see what the state of play is. Okay, so I'm actually bumping into the grey boxes now. I actually might need to take... yes, that's going to be a thing. Sorry, to make it playable, I actually need to take the grey boxes and make them not have a collider on them. Because otherwise I won't be able to walk through them, even though they're transparent. Got to fix that. So, certainly the wall sections and the towers do not have capsule colliders. And the wall section, box colliders, take them off. Not worried about the churches and things, that's all fine. They're disabled anyway. That should work. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, coming in here, I can go along the bottom level of that. And I can go up the stairs, and can I get through there? No, it's a little bit clunky on that. It's a little clunky to get through that section. I can jump through it. Okay, so it's almost there. Just needs a little bit of fiddling on that. I can make it through there. That's cool. I can come back there. Can get through this section. Cool. All the way through here. That's where I've got to fix. Why is Smart Builder opening all the time? Pain. Alright, because it's conflicting. The keys are conflicting with Gaia, I think. That's good. Yeah, definitely need to fix it. Oh, what is going on here? Smart Builder, I'm going to disable. So this is what I was saying. Oh god, pain. I'm in play mode, I don't need Smart Builder opening. When you come to this section, you've actually got to jump up there to get over stuff. But it's still traversable. Alright, that's good. That's good. Yep, that all works. And then I should fall out of here. Whee! And... okay, and I can fix the ground level. It's fine. Quite impressive walls from, you know, from ground level, from a human height. Oh god. Yeah, you would have some trouble scaling them, definitely. I can actually get into that section through there. Looks like I can go up the stairwells. Get in there. And I can't get in through there, so it's definitely a problem with that join. Right. I'm going to have to disable that. Okay, so edits. Shortcuts. Smart Builder. L, Shift S. Select, yeah, that. Remove that shortcut. Yeah, I don't want that one. No, that's fine. That's not gonna affect. Okay, that should play a little bit easier now. And the conflicts having multiple packages installed as the shortcut keys can sometimes cause you issues, but certainly Shift S shouldn't be a problem because Shift S, certainly in play mode, is running backwards. So you shouldn't have editor tools that are using play mode Shift S. It's a bad idea. That works good. It's good. I can get through. can stay in there. I get stuck here. I don't know that I can crouch. Do I have a crouch? Don't think I can crouch. Shouldn't have to crouch to get in there, by the way. That should just join up. Alright, that's not what I need to fix. Okay, so I came along to here. This is where it's busted. And I need to bring that back up. And I think I had it right on this side. By sort of doing it like this, having it up the stairwell. I just need to get these levels right inside here. This is the bit. And get them to match, then it will work really well. Good work. Okay, next section. That's traversable too. Get in there. That's traversable. Good. And then we're down underground. That's cool. Alright, so that should at least allow me to get into any of this section all the way through to here. This is going to be broken because I can't get the angles right on this piece of wall yet, so that might be a custom thing, and there might actually be a prefab in here that joins this to something. I'll come back to that. I like this tower being the Albatross Tower. We know that this is traversable because it's just a standard section, and I'm going to start bending it around that corner. So I'm going to start taking them in these groups of 2 because I want to stagger this thing every other one. Then when I've got a section of maybe 6 or something, I think I'll be using them all over the place. Alright, so let's duplicate that. Move it along. Rotate it. Duplicate it. Move it along. Rotate it. Duplicate it. Move it along. And it's in the vicinity. That's good. Alright, so let's try and line these up a bit now. Actually, I've got to keep the rotation kind of evened out, average between them, because otherwise it'll be noticeable. There'll be a sudden thing jutting out and it might work. Too bad, actually. But it certainly is noticeable. Some section here. There it is. Right. That in. That one's about right, and this one's... What have I got going on the angle? A gentle curve. Something's gone screw with this one. And then this one should curl in as well. The good thing with it being such a big area from, you know, I don't know if it's like 200 yards or something from here to there, is you've got plenty of room to actually make the curve work with all these pieces. To sort of add the gradual thing, you'd have a hard time knowing sometimes where the joins are, and you don't need to actually join them together. They just need to be placed in a way that is very, very close. You can't really tell where the join is sometimes. So yeah, that's the ramparts starting to look quite good, and this section is the easiest section because it's reasonably flat and level, and when it goes up here and it starts changing level, that's where it's going to get a little bit trickier, and that's where I'm thinking having these towers with multiple entrances, sometimes 4 or 5 high, allows you to go in on the 3rd level and come out on the 4th level, and you just block off you know, the entranceway up with a wall, so you can't get out that way. So that's in the vicinity. I'm pretty happy with that. I now need to bring this one roughly into line. Oh, I've got 2 of them there. Roughly into line with this. Good enough. And make sure that it's traversable here. And that really means that's could be a problem for this piece because I don't think this has got enough So do it. Oh, yeah, maybe that's the one there. I think that might be there. So you've got a very narrow doorway into this piece. That's okay. That should be traversable. Yeah, and if you want to go up, you go up. But you're only going up one level. And then you're coming out this way. And it's going to be gradually turning a corner and moving all the way towards this section of wall. And it's going to be changing height here. So it seems to dip down and then go back up. So what I might do is have the wall actually be the same height all the way through and then put some rocks at the bottom to fill it if there's gaps underneath it. But it's starting to look exactly how I wanted it to look. It was pretty much how I had it in the original version, because it's the second time I'm doing this. Looks a little bit out. That's okay. No, these are supposed to step up. And I think that pattern is right. Yep. And you got these buttress things every other piece, which strengthens the wall. That looks good. And yeah, I think I might keep going and actually join up this one. So I've got one side of the city done. The west side of the city. That's a point of progress, and then I might do this bit again because it's flat. And then these ones start to become more of a problem because they actually go uphill, and it's a lot more fiddling and rotating the whole piece. It does get more challenging, and getting the angles to join up on these towers as well. Does that tower have it? Can you get out on that level? No. That's a window. Okay. So my issue is this bit, but I might be able to fill that with a piece. Or I suspect what the answer is to either modify this one or modify this one with something. So I will tackle that shortly. Certainly in the next couple of streams I'll be attacking that. So I'll keep going with this Exeter environment probably for the next few weeks actually. Alrighty, I need these two pieces. The angles are way off, but that's okay. It's starting to look pretty much okay. It's certainly aiming in the right direction. And yeah, duplicate that again. Do another one. Just need to be cognizant of changing the height and making sure it joins up with this stuff. Otherwise I'm going to be either lowering this one or raising this one. And of course they do need to change height as it goes up the hill too. So right, it's looking not okay. Get to here, and it's fine. Here, it's fine. It's actually probably angled too much on this section. Yeah, okay, so it's too much. Straighten that out a bit more. Maybe even a bit more than that. Let's put the other two pieces in, and then I should be able to join them up to this one. Yeah, okay, I think that'll work. This doesn't need to rotate at all. It needs to be straightened up a bit. Okay, that looks like that could be traversable. Apart from this bit. So, this is what I've been saying before, is yeah, the heights, I've kept the height the same on the ramparts. This bit here I'm not worried about, because I can, this is just a floor I can add in, right, going right the way along there, that's fine. But I need to get these heights right on these pieces, so that these bits join up here. It looks, let me go inside, it's easier to see sometimes. Yeah, it's not quite right. It's almost there. I think I have to raise some things. And this is where it's just going to be fiddling. Ground level can be changed a little bit. I don't want to overdo it. But certainly when it comes down the hill to the entrances like this, this is going to, whatever this is going to be the ground level coming in and going out. So, you know, if I raise this up, I'm going to have to raise the ground level on this side a little bit. But you've got a slope, so it just means sort of levelling out the slope to come in there. That just means messing with the terrain, so I'm not overly worried with that. My main concern is these joins here. So, see if I can bring, I think I had all these ones now joined up. Where am I? Where the hell am I? Okay, so I got through this bit and I was able to reverse into here and into this section, and now I've got stairwell and I've got a little bit of a gap, so I need to do something in this bit. I need to move, I want to keep these two together because these two work well. It might be easier to see on this level here. Yeah, it's not far off. Is that it? I think that might be it. There, so you can get in. And then you're down into a bit here. That's a bit of a drop off there. It's not right. Oh, I should have had this section. Well, I should have had that section to work with. No, this is where I want to be, down here. Okay. This is what I've got to join up. Where's my gizmo? Where's my drawing gizmo? Drawing gizmo. There it is. Okay. Bringing it up. Actually, there's bloody two of them there. That's annoying. Why is there two? Did I duplicate them? Yes, I did. Okay, that one's alright. This one. Okay, that's right. And this one. Yep. Okay, so there's no duplicates left. I want those three pieces. That's better. And I want to bring them in, and up. Okay, that looks like I can get through. That looks approximately right, although the stairwell could work. And go to this level here. I think this is the level that, nope, it's level. That's a brick wall, so that's a that's not the traversable one, and that you can't get in, so that's not right. So I need to probably raise this up. think that's the right height now. Yes, that's the right height. Okay, so I can get through that level, and get through that level. I think that's ground level. Yep. Okay, so it's probably off the ground now. Actually, it's not too bad. Actually, that's very good. It's very good. What I do need to do is bring up the ground level on this side, and maybe put. Well, this is the water gate, so this is the one that needs to ferry goods in and out to the city. So you can't have stairs here. It needs to be the ground level will have to be brought up to this level just for this section. It is what it is. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm not going to change the whole city, but it certainly it does represent that this has a higher, there's a moat. I know there's a moat around this section. I think this will work okay. I think I want to do a quick game test and make sure that this whole section of wall now, the whole of the west side, can be traversed in game. Because if I can do it with the Gaia player character, the player controller, then I can certainly do it with the characters that I've got. Actually, probably don't need all these things displayed now so much, so I can just select and copy things that are in the view already. Alright, so I've got my grey box. If I move that, I'm going to bump into a building. That's okay, because that's like a church. But I should be able to enter the wall sections now. Oh, there's something interesting going on there. That's okay. Oh, no, that's alright. So this is the west gate. And now I'm outside the city bounds. Inside the west gate. I should be able to go all the way along the ramparts, changing levels. That's where it gets a little bit... I'm going to have to fix that gap, but I can still get through it. The levels are right. Through the ramparts. Let's go down a level just to make it interesting. Oh, I can't get down that level. Just can't jump down there. That's a problem. That's a problem on that side, by the look of it. Oh no, I've got through there. A little bit of fiddling, a little bit of testing. That should be fine to come out of that wall and then join up with that wall on the north side. And then we should be able to go in here. A bit of jumping, I can get in there. Be able to go up onto the ramparts. That would go out on the north wall, and this would go out on the east wall. Cool. Better run along here. And that kind of works. This doesn't quite join up here. I know this is probably the most busted bit at the moment, but that all works. See if I can jump the gap and get into this section. I should be able to go up. This is the Albatross Tower. Should be able to go up and up and up. Don't want to fall out of there, but I could, and I could land on the wall. There's a window, and you can see what this would be called, the Albatross Tower. Because if you're going to have attacks in Exeter from people coming up the River Exe, it's going to be this side of the city that's going to happen. So it makes sense to have a very high tower on this side. Cool. Well, that works. Nice. Actually, it's a little bit more traversable than the first version that I made of this scene, so I think I've learnt things the first time round that I can apply here. That's working quite nicely. Let's take a trip along the wall. Make sure I can go down these sections. A bit stuck there. Something wrong there. Could be that. No, it's not that. can drop down this side, I think. There we go. There. No. Not enough room. Character. Okay, I'll have to go do it from the roof section. Come on, get out of there. There we go. Alright. Now I'm cooking. Better enter this part. Go through to the next section, over the top. And that's a problem. Definitely a problem there. Ah, that's interesting. I didn't notice that before. My grey boxes, the transparent ones, I think that had a mesh collider because it seemed to block me. I dropped down. So this mesh collider, I think this is a thing that might be why I couldn't get down the staircase before. If I just walk off this piece, drop down, and I can't get past it. So definitely there's a transparent piece here that is blocking me. If I get off it though, I can get into this section. And that sort of works. So it might not be a problem after all. Just the transparency ones. Alright, I think that's good. I'm going to just go back and remove the mesh collider on basically all, I think on everything that's in here, all these pieces here. They all should have... Okay, those don't have a collider anyway. The points of interest, these ones should not have a box collider. Churches, all this stuff here should not... I'm going to go through them. Box collider turned off. I think I can do the rest like this. Box collider. Okay, the wall sections. Okay, it might have been a tower. They've got the capsule colliders turned off. City gates, that's what it was. So there's a city gate bit here that has a box collider, and that's why I was walking along it, and then I couldn't get down into the door because I'm standing on a transparent box collider. Turn that off. That should fix that. Rougemont Castle. Box collider. I don't want to bump into that stuff. Alright. Let's try that again. I just want to be sure that I can get through this whole western wall. Walk through those colliders now, that's good. Okay, let's get in here. Through. Go up a set of stairs and see if we can backtrack. Yep, that's good. The colliders are not blocking me. Should be through. Yes, that's good. Okay, this is the Portcullis with the controls for the Portcullis. Better go up the top and out very easily. Yep, I can now. So it was definitely that transparency collider that was causing problems. Should be able to get up here and come out on top of the tower. Yes, awesome. Cool. That is working, actually. Alright, time to build this section here. So, should be able to copy and paste. Section of wall. Alright. And it looks like it's pretty straight, so it should be an easy one, actually. assuming I can join up these here, go straight to there. That should be reasonably straightforward. I'm going to grab these as they are. There's a bit of a height change, I think. So there might be some rotation as it goes up the slope. Yeah, there's a bit of a height change, but that's okay. Alright, let's get it lined up on this side first. Cool, good work. And that's not far off. I can straighten them up a bit, and I think that one a bit position. Whoa, that's the hole. Right. Hopefully one of these will fit in there pretty well, and then I can just bring this one down a bit to match, or up, or whatever. I might change the height, you know, very, very slightly on these to start to work on changing the level of the hill, because you're going up the hill, so I want the wall is getting shorter and shorter and shorter, and I actually want it to gradually rise, because it's going to have to go some steep bits up here, so you kind of want to keep it consistent. Anyway, let me get it lined up so it's traversable first, and then I can rotate stuff and fiddle. Alright, so that's not too bad. Placement wise, I think that's right. Okay, this one here wouldn't come to join with that. And actually, I don't want to change the height of him. I think that's right. I think that's the right height on that side. What I want to do is I want to gradually build these up to end at this height, and that may mean slightly rotating each of these to have a slope rather than a step. Okay, so I think the first thing I'm going to do is gradually bring up the levels, and then I'm going to slope them after that. Say with it being sort of 200 or 300 yards between these towers, there are plenty of sections to be able to just have a slight change in height that's barely noticeable. Okay, it's probably easier while I'm actually standing on it to be able to see it. Alright, so I want to be stepping up very slightly. Yeah, I might make it like a timber amount. So each one of these can just be a little bit of timber. There we go. That could work quite well, actually. And then by the time I add a little bit of slope rotation on these, it may join them back up again. Okay, I might need a bit more than that by the look of it. Yeah, okay, I'm going to need a little bit more on each of those. Okay, up, gap. I need to start at that end. Okay, so coming out of here, right, I'll go here, we want a gap. I'm just looking at the gap between this handrail and this one, adding another timber's worth in the middle here. This sort of step is traversable, but you don't want the player running along and then they stop and they have to jump it. You want them to be able to keep running. So I'm going to put slope on this to fix that issue. It does get a bit more problematic on the other side of the city where it's hillier. This is the flattest area here. Okay, this should just, yeah, it's be about right actually, I think. Bring this one up. Yeah, awesome. It's coming out at the right level. That should be traversable now. But what I want to do, they're all level. What I want to do is rotate them very, very slightly. And I might do that with the inspector just to doing rotation on Z. Might make it. I wonder if I can do it on all of them. Six, 7. Three. Do it. Need to kind of figure out how much of a slope I need. No, is that what I want to do? Why is the Y? Oh no, that's working. Yeah, that is what that's kind of what I'm going to do here. Okay, so if I go nearer and I can see what's going on, I can see if the angle is approximately wrong. Not far off. 1 degree. Not much of a slope. Can live with that. Okay, so a few have come out of position. That's okay. I can and straighten them up. Okay, that won't be a problem. Cool. Alright, so should be able to come out of here. That looks okay. It's a bit of a step, that's fine. Out of here, walk across here, and get all the way onto here, even though there's a slope change. And the wall is kind of maintaining its. You can barely tell that that's not flat. It's 1 degree, which I think it worked well. It's time to test it. Let's walk through it and make sure we can get in and out of all the rampart sections. Okay. Actually, I might have trouble getting up there because it's Oops, I've got to bring the ground level up. I might be able to jump it. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Alright, so this is the water gate, so down to the quay with all the boats, and that's the wall that should go straight to the west side, and this should be going to the south side here. Okay, so I want to get up on, actually I should reverse this. Oh yeah, okay, that's working nicely. Okay, so if I go up a level, that should work too. This one requires jumping through because of all the... I think this is basically like an archer's level where you're using the arrow slots to fire. So this would be full of archers. You can see the transparency things there. That's getting stuck on that level. A little bit sticky. Oh, no. All right. Okay. Coming out this side. I've got through all the way through the end. That's fine. So that's actually the next section of wall, which will go straight ahead to that piece. So that's awesome. It's working really well. Let's go up here. Here, this doesn't really have a way of getting up there. You have to jump out. Yeah. Get up to this section, and then I can start joining the next section of wall in there onto this one. Cool, and that's so that's a tower, and then that's the south gate. Cool, nice. Right. I'm going to check this into source control again, just sure to be sure. Ramparts. Awesome. It's getting there. Getting there. Okay. I actually want to start getting rid of some of these transparencies because I think the positioning on all these is pretty good. It's only where I've got to fix up the broken one here. I think that's where I want to just make sure I'm still in the boundary, but I think these ones, they're approximately where the actual wall is in Exeter, so I don't think I want to I don't think I'm going to use these transparencies anymore. So I'm going to unselect those and start hiding these. Ooh. Oh, no, that is a gate. So that's city gates. I'll turn that one there. One in here. And something happening in here. And section. There is a transparent one here somewhere. Take that out. Put that one back. Yeah. That can come out. That can come out, and that can come out. Alright, this is the bit that's broken, which I'm going to need to do some custom work on to change. I think that bit's alright. That join is alright when you're in there. You can get through fine. But coming out this side, you've got this open section, so it's going to need jimmying up some extra stone or wall section or something. Both from this side, which is probably easier to cover it from this side, but this is what it looks like from the inside. I think the height is still going to need fixing up too from this. So I think it may be about customizing this one, because the height here I don't think is going to work. I could do a bit of a slope on it like I did before though. I could gradually sort of slope these. Just need to make sure that these join on the inside too, and they're going to need to be sloped. I wonder if I can do that now. So that needs to be probably at that height. Do the same thing I did before. I'll do each block will be, I don't know, half a foot shorter than the last one, and then I'll rotate the lot by like 1 degree and see if that gets rid of that issue. And then all I've got is the gap in the wall that I can fill with some stuff. Actually, there's heaps of wall left, so I don't even need to be as extreme as that. Probably step that back even easier. Nice gentle slope on this one. Alright, cool. I think that might work. That might have fixed my issue with being able to traverse. As long as I can cover that gap, I can put some extra boards across this, so I think this section here made up. Yeah, there you go. So I could even duplicate something here and just bring, you know, a section of boards in to fill that gap. I don't want to do it right now because I think that'd be a bit more. I want to make sure the rest of the city wall works before I start trying to patch up one particular section, because I might switch this out and fix it in a different way. But with that level now like that, that looks like that's the right way to get in. Get out the other side, so that works. Question is, do these bits work? That one's blocked off for a reason. It's this one down here that you should be able to walk through. Okay, so we should be able to get through here. That looks like that could be a bit of a problem. But of course I could take that bit out and you jump down. And then down at this level, that's almost right. Go through that way. Yeah, let's give this a test run. Should be able to come out that way. Okay, let's give this a test run. Just make sure that I can get from this tower, sorry, from here into this tower, across this gap, and then all the way down to this tower. And then this whole section of wall is not bad. It's just needs fine tuning. All right. In here, go along, see what the ground level looks like. Okay, I'm in here, I can go up the stairwell, and this is my first challenge, is to go out that stairwell. Ah, cool, and I can
reach that gap pretty easily. Okay, so that just walks straight through. Nice. And if I can do it on this level, then it's likely that I can do it on other levels too. That's working. Let's go up to the top and see if we can do it along the top wall, top of the ramparts. Whoa, okay, fell through there. Go up to the top. That one could be a bit of a problem. I can almost jump it. I'm going to fix that. Let's get up to the top. Okay, so get in there. Can't get a gap. Damn it. Alright. Let's see if I can do it this way. No, I can't get up to the top. Cool. I can get up to there. I can then build out this section of wall. It's roughly okay. And across the top should be fine. You can see the slope where it steps up, and if I rotate everything enough, that shouldn't be noticeable. It's just what I'm doing with these levels here. Right. Okay, so the question is, do I spend a lot of time trying to rotate all of this lot? Yeah, it actually didn't take that long before. Let's go. We don't want to rotate that guy on the. Just want to rotate. That should be hidden. That should be hidden. Better. Should be able to add like a 1 degree rotation on this. Do it in a way that is barely noticeable. Easier to do it when you're standing on it. Just rotating them all. I need to rotate. No, not Z. Y. No, not X. It is Z. But it's actually, I know what it's, yeah, it's apply, whatever I do to this one, it's applying the other rotations to all of the other ones as well. The other, over there, they were mostly straight. They were in a line. So I'm going to have to go here, rotate them. Just those board all section. That looks pretty good. Starts to drop down here, so we're going to rotate this guy down. Change the height a little bit too. And light. That doesn't look right. Join. Okay. Last section. This looks like it's moved a little bit, so I'm going to bring this into play, rotate this a little bit this way. Okay, and then I'll fiddle with that if I need to. That should be traversable. There's one there that's sticking out a bit. It's not going to be completely even, by the way. Surprised if medieval buildings were that accurate. A bit of messiness is. Rotate. No, I want to move it a little bit. Angles off. Going on there. Oh no, that's all right. No, it's a little bit on that bit, but that's okay. All right. So this bit here, hopefully now, is the only bit that's a problem on this section of wall. Is just putting some pieces in to cover this gap and get the heights right. Might mean putting in a staircase or something. And well, let's do a quick play test. So effectively I've got from the gate, oh, is it the south gate? I can't remember. That's the water gate, that's the south gate. So I've come basically from this section all the way around the water gate to the west gate to past the Albatross Tower. I think it's the Albatross Tower joining with the section through to this tower. This is the bit that's the problem. But I quite like that tower that's in there. It is the right type of tower to have. It's taller than the other ones. It's supposed to be. But the way the bits join is a bit of a problem. But other than that, I'm pretty happy. I've got a tool called Ivy, real Ivy, and I can actually put Ivy up these walls as well, which I might not do on the whole section, but looks a bit, when you're looking at a whole section, you know, hundreds and hundreds of yards of wall section, even though it's mixed up with these metal bits and gaps, it looks a bit samey. And of course there are going to be buildings in the way of this. There's going to be all sorts of stuff going on in here, but I might put Ivy up certain sections to just change it up. Right, let's see if we can traverse this. This was where we had a problem before, and I can get across there, that's good. And I can get across. Can I do it on the next level up? Probably not. Problem. That one I can't join, so I'm going to need to do something there. This one should be okay. Okay, so there's definitely some fudging around with that tower. Might just be a little bit customised. That's okay. There's bound to be the odd place where it just doesn't quite work. That works really well. You can barely tell that there's a slope on this. You know, it's a bit uneven in places, but it would be. That sort of thing needs to be fixed where there's a visual gap in the mesh, so I need to look at that. How far through are we? About halfway. Okay. To fix that. Shouldn't be visually gapped like that. There it is. Now, is it just a rotation thing or is it a shifting thing? Make sure there's a domino effect this has though, because if I move a piece, I need to then gradually move the other pieces to average out the difference. It's required. So that gap's gone. Right. And if I'm down at this level, you'd expect to be able to see between slats, but you shouldn't be able to see out of the wall. And that looks like it's mostly... there's a little bit there. That's a little bit buggy. So yeah, probably this one needs to just come this way. This is all this tweaking I was talking about. Just so that you don't have all these bugs in the game where people discover gaps in walls that they can get through, or they can fire arrows through and cheese another player or cheese an enemy. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Pleased with the levels, looking good. There's, you see it's coming, it's sloping up and then sloping down again, and that's the natural ground level of Exeter, certainly as it is today. And I will be channeling out some of this ground around, certainly where the entrances and exits are from the city, because we need to have, you need to be able to walk in from this level and not hit stone. Might have to put some steps in there or something, but certainly I'd expect to bring the ground level up in some areas, and in other areas where there's yeah, this much difference, I'd expect probably there's going to be a moat and a drawbridge going across here. So, alright, that's cool. So the Albatross Tower is the only one that's got busted bits at this point. I think I'm good with that. I think what I'm going to do is close this gap between the south gate and this tower. And the good thing with that is these should then be just straight sections. I'm just moving where this one is. It's not actually where the city wall is, but I think I can just make it work by just having the straight section across there. Certainly makes it a bit easier. So what sort of distance do I need? That church needs to bump up a bit in there. Okay, let's take that many. Whoop. And we'll see if that kind of fits. Again, might be a little bit too long. Take one off the end. Alright, okay. And these, obviously the rotation's not quite right and the placement's not quite right, but it's just fiddling within the parameters of what looks realistic, what looks workable, what's actually traversable with the player character is really important. And of course how it looks. And the realism is as best as you can get, you know. Do we need to change levels? Possibly. I won't know that until I start getting this stuff inside. Literally, I'm just going to walk along this and try and straighten them up, and then see what needs adjusting at the other end. Bearing in mind these have got a slight slope on them already, so they may need to be rotated a little bit. That's probably why things aren't totally lining up. Right on a straight line. Yeah, it's looking okay. Yeah, it's looking okay. Alright, so it's in the general direction. I'm going to need to have this one turn a corner. So I need to come in off this top of the rampart into this door, because underneath this is going to need to come into here. So that's my challenge at the moment. See if we can hopefully move these. That would need to be somewhere like that to work where it is, I think. Down. But I'm going to raise the... what I'm going to do is raise that wall up to that level from there. So it's going to gradually slope up to meet that. And I might put a bit of a curve on that because I think it needs a curve. Means I'll put that back in there. Then curve these in to meet it. And then we'd have a similar thing on this side. So you're sort of coming out on an angle from these doorways. But then you're coming out this way into these bits. So they work. Let's take a look of okay. Question of averaging out the positions of these so they each move a little bit. Rotation. It can be quite subtle. Still, let's have a look whether that one's in position. White. Yeah, that's what I want. I need to be able to come out of that and go straight into there. It's not bad. It certainly needs to come up. Meet that. That's probably how high that one needs to be. And then the others are going to step down. And then I'm going to put slope on them to make it work. I think that's the way. Yeah, because definitely this gets... You can see the slope on the ground. It's going to have to slope these walls down, like I've done with this one. Alright. Does that work there? I need to get rid of that shaded section here. Get rid of that, don't want that. I'm going to leave that one in place. Oh, I shouldn't have deleted it. I should have, didn't it? Okay, so I'm coming down in here. That problem doesn't look right. This is all ground level. That could almost work. And that will certainly work. Yeah, that's pretty close. Ah, it looks crap from the outside. Okay. To pull that way, better work a little here too. That's better. Get through there, back out this way, and then I need to join these ones. Cool. So at least I know that piece is in place. Now I just need to fix these, slope them into it. Do it from here because this, I'm happy with all this section. I just need to get this going. Bit messy. I'm trying to do translation and rotation and movement in multiple planes at the same time. We try and simplify this by just trying to get the XY smooth first. Okay, I think that's what I did before, was about the width of this, about the height of this wood above. Seemed to work before with 1 degree. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to be able to climb this height. To get in there, it might need to be more than that, and a stronger slope, steeper slope rather. I think I can move. I don't want to move that piece. This next piece up. All right, it's getting there. Give it a bit more of a shift. It's not quite in position. Okay. That one's actually in the right position. I think I can just traverse straight in there. That's a big drop on that one. So I definitely need to bring that one up. Try and average this out a bit. Okay, I think this is the last one. So it's a pretty big step up, but with each of them then having maybe a 2-degree rotation, where the previous one was 1 degree. Of course, there's a gap there. That could work. That could work. Okay, it is a steeper part of the terrain, so I have to be able to grow that terrain. I can't have steps up unless I actually add prefabs in there to add staircases and things, and it gets complicated with these. These have already got staircases inside them. So that was a 1 degree adaptation on this side. This is steeper. That one's definitely in the right position. I'm going to just rotate very, very slightly. I need to look at this while I'm doing it. I need to fix that gap. That's a problem. Probably got a few gaps here. Position isn't quite right on some of these. They need to slightly overlap, I think. Which will just make it a little bit closer. As long as it's traversable and there's no major, can you fall through a space, it's good enough for my prototyping for the moment, just to get it to the point of having a level I can start building out. Actually, that's all right there. All right, so on that plane, right, yeah, okay, the slope looks nicely okay. All right, so I think I can start doing the rotations now. Rid of those steps. Very, very slightly. Not to get rid of them, but just to conceal them a bit more, I suppose. Yeah, I think that's working okay. That's working okay. It definitely looks like it's out of position. Better. It's out of position 2. The definite step there, so I need to use the rotation on some. Okay, that looks not too bad. Quite a bit of fiddling just to finesse it. A few bits that are rotated wrong, it needs to be a bit smoother. And that one definitely has a gap, so that's not good. And then this needs to come in to close that gap. And it's not far off. Yeah, that might be cool. And can you get up that stairwell on that angle? Okay, should work a little bit better. Okay. All right, that's probably the main one to judge. That's looking good. I think a bit of slope, we can probably add on some of them to smooth that out even more. That works. And we should be able to go into this tower. And can we go downstairs? No, we can't. So that is a tower that goes up top. And you can get out onto the top of the ramparts, but you can't get down because there's no stairwell down there. That's fine. Not all sections need to be like that. But if you are in this section of this section down here, you should be able to jump across in here, jump down here, and actually get through this section. And that looks like you can actually get out into the stairwell fine. We're going to go up here, and then of course you can't get any further. So whether this floor is actually removed or a slab is taken out or something, shifted so that you can get into this section, I don't know. Suppose what I could do to just fix it up is to take out the stairs in this section. So you come in here and you can go down. You can't go up because there's a floor there. And if you're in this section, you can go up to the roof, but you can't go down. Floor there. And when this section is brought in from this side, it's going to have a similar effect. If you're on the top, you can get into here, and if you're inside the wall, you can get into here. And the only way to change levels between in here and up here to go through some other stairwell on some of these other sections, which will either be up here or down here. I think that will work quite well. I don't think I need that stairwell. I'm going to leave it there because it's in the right position. I'm just going to hide it rather than delete it. Okay. Time for a quick save. Test. A play run. Make sure I can get through all these levels. Oh dear. 20 to 1. I might go until 1:30. Call it a night, I think. Okay, so getting lost on the sections now. So this is the bit I've just done from this south gate through to this tower. Not sure that tower has a name. So it's next to the church. The church will be shifted a little bit. Can jump into there. We can go along the ground level. Okay, you can still kind of see there is a slope. That's working well. Working well. And at the bottom here, we should be able to enter the stairwell. And yeah, okay, if I want to get in that section, I would need to remove that piece of timber there, which is fine. I can do that. So I can get into there. And I can come out this side, go down that way, go up, and I can enter the middle of the rampart wall, That's cool. And I'm into this piece where the gate is, so that's cool. Looks nicely. Nice. Okay. So, just testing out this theory that if you're inside the rampart wall on this section and you want to get on top of the rampart wall, you can't do it here because the stairwell doesn't go up because there's a floor there and you can't get onto the rampart. But that's fine because you'll be able to go out of here and keep going. And eventually you'll hit another stairwell that goes up to the top, so that's fine. That looks okay. That looks okay. Get rid of that piece. And let me just check whether... Yeah, no, I can't, definitely can't get through without moving that piece of timber. Okay, I'm going to get up on top of the ramparts now. I want to see if my theory was right. There is actually a walkway there. Leads to there. Right. So that works quite well. Nice and smooth. Slope's not overly noticeable. Should be able to get in here without a problem. Be able to go up on top. Yep, no, that's right. Cool. And this is sort of one of those locations where it's a bit special. Not all of the segments of wall need to be totally identical. Some of it can be a bit unpredictable. There might be a chest in here underneath the stairwell that's a, you know, a hidden object with some special stuff in it. But I like the fact that that is all now. Let's go all the way through. Get all the way around the city walls. Go. Can I get in there? That step's a bit of a problem. Get in there. Fix that up. It's a very minor adjustment, right? It might only require a very minor tweak. And of course I'm playing with the Gaia playing controller at the moment rather than what I'm actually using as my player controller, so I'm going to need to tweak this anyway. Okay, this bit here looks okay. So I can jump down there. That looks a bit... no, it's kind of okay. This bit should be able to go up to the tower again. Cool, jump out of there. Keep going. That section of wall is out. Need to fix that up. Okay, so this is the Albatross Tower. Is that height? Oh, sorry, yeah, increase this height, lower that height by a little bit. Get over that. Very minor tweak. Go up. Oh dear, dear, it's getting late. Keep going, and I should get on top of Albatross Tower, which is the tallest point at this point, until I build the castle, which looks visually like it's going to be even higher than this, but this is certainly a high point based on this, that tower, the Albatross Tower. It is higher than a lot of these other points. This one might be special, so I've got to build all this out. But I'm up to here, which I think is actually probably as much as I want to do tonight. I think I'm getting a bit tired. I'm yawning a lot, which probably isn't good for the stream. So I think I'm happy with that progress. It's certainly bringing back memories from 6 to 9 months ago when I was doing the first prototype of this, where the issues are. But I've done more rotation on this one. I've actually angled the walls, the rampart sections, to change the height rather than step them. You can see the angle of that wall over there, and that seems to have corrected a lot of the issues that I had before, where things were just stepping up and you couldn't traverse it without jumping. So that's good. I'm quite happy with that. And of course we've got these tall sections over here. Let's actually go and have a look at these sections. Yeah, cool. That's cool. So that I think will work quite well inside the wall on this side. Again, that's at the north gate, and then there's this thing called the iron gate out there, and then you're outside the city walls. That looks pretty cool from the outside. Cool. Keep going this side. We are now heading into a section that I need to carve out for the castle. Right, and this will be the exit from the castle with the drawbridge at the back, which I believe certainly isn't shown here, but from what I've read, there was a drawbridge back of this, and a moat, likely. So that's all good. Quite a dip. It's quite a gap from here to the next piece of wall, but I'll deal with that when I come to it. And then this section here should join up with that section. Quite a steep angle to come out of this wall and then turn, you know, almost 90 degrees and go out that way. I might need to angle things a little bit and average it out. Okay, then we've got the steps up. Steps up. Balcony looking into the inner workings of the castle, or at least that first layer inside the city wall. And there's a portcullis controls. Get up on top. Getting higher, that's good. And we can get up to here. And so this is then going to join up with that section of wall. And this is going to do the same on this side. But probably a little custom. I might put a custom tower on this side that allows us to come in on this angle and go out on that angle. Alright, let's have a look at these ones. Steep on this side. Alright, that's the east gate, which I will need to build up the land on the outside of the east gate. Make that work. Can't even jump it. But on the city side it's fine, the height is fine. So it's just that. And I think it might have, if it's got moats around it, then this might be a drawbridge. And this might be water in here, so that's fine. Alright, that section of wall there needs to be approximately the same height as this one. It looks like it is. It will allow us to join up to this piece, which allows us to get up and into this piece, reverse through this wall, and do the same sort of thing. We can change levels all the time. So yeah, it's quite intricate. I mean, it's almost like a city network inside the ramparts. I don't think Exeter's walls were anywhere near as complex as this, but it is fun to come up with this stuff. And that's good. I can see that the okay, so the level of detail, you can see it there where you've got these arrows on the wall, and as I get slightly closer it's then rendering them in the LOD 2 probably, or LOD 3, but certainly at a very far distance it's not culling them. Well, it's culling some of it, but it shouldn't be culling it. It should be just having a very, very simplified version. Having said that, you're unlikely to actually look right across the city and see the wall that far away. There would be lots of buildings in the way. You've got a massive cathedral here. So I may not worry about it until I get into game testing, but it is something to be aware of with this sort of distance. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's kind of working quite well. If you're on the outside, you've got to have a real trouble trying to get in. I suppose you might be able to fiddle your way up the outside of the wall if you're an assassin or something. Otherwise, you're going to have to find a way in through the gates. And this would probably be a drawbridge, but there's rocks here, so I might be able to traverse up the rocks. Maybe not. No, I made it. There we go. Cool. Very cool. A lot of fun. That's going to be a problem, that one. It's one of those areas where I might have to take out that piece. Works okay at this level. Okay, that's cool. Through. That's a problem, that one. Should be okay at a higher level. No, that's through. This one we should get. There we go. So some of this is going to get blocked off. There's going to be some fake walls, so you can't get through. You don't want it too predictable. It needs to be explored. So, and we're all the way out to the northwest corner now. So good, and now looking to the north. So yeah, that's not bad progress for an evening. And I will be back online on Friday at 9 PM Australian Eastern Standard Time to continue on with this. I might do an extra stream during the week to just try and keep this going. So if you join me on Friday, I might have done a bit more of this, but I will certainly be on Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. And yeah, my intention is to keep going with this Exeter scene. It is getting a bit heavy because of the kind of stuff in here, but I have been able to build this scene previously with the wall going all the way around, a wizard's tower in here and internal walls in here, and it still runs the scene. It's just a bit clunky. So I should be able to finish this city wall in the next... I've done probably about a third of it in an evening, so I think by Sunday next week should be... the city wall should be done. And then I can start with a moat. I can start sort of decorating the outside of it, and I think getting the water in and getting the dock in is going to be important, and then starting to build out these points of interest. The cathedral's a bit of a special one, but certainly starting to work out how I'm going to do the Castle Rougemont, and I'm going to start populating some of the some of the other packs. So at the moment I've only got Lordenfell, which is ruins, and the detailed medieval village and medieval castle, which this one's based on. But the medieval village parts, I might be able to actually start using some of the building prefabs for this, and start plonking some of those in as well to start decorating these streets, because we need vendors in this area. We need churches throughout this to actually use ways to get into catacombs and things like that. We need the castle in order to get into dungeons, and yeah, all of that stuff is going to be coming over the next, certainly over the next month. This level is going to start getting really built out, and if I get bored with doing level design constantly, then what I'm going to be looking to do is go back to my character selection screen here, and where are my characters? Rewiring these characters to start using the Malba's horse riding system and RPG Builder, and actually bring them into the Exeter scene on a horse, because you can cover the ground much quicker and explore the area much quicker, and really start putting the character in the environment. That would be my goal over the next month, I think, is to get these guys, some of these guys at least, riding horses in the Exeter city walls, and once that's at that point, then I think I'm at a point where I can start working on some NPCs and getting them started with some dialogue and quests in the Exeter city. So yeah, that's going to get very, very interesting. Probably, I think by February, I hope to be into, really building out that level with real content and real things happening. But yeah, this is where I'm up to. So it's starting to come together quite nicely. These are all the player characters that you can choose from in the game. So there's 12 of them. And this guy's got some problem I've got to sort out with his... what was it? Yeah, in play mode he falls over and he doesn't get up. The others seem to be okay. They're all going to stand in their idle animation modes, but this player selection screen is going to allow you then to... yeah, so he's fallen over. Yeah, I'm sort of working a way in which we can choose a... So I've got like a gamepad control here, and sort of thinking about how I might be able to choose a character by, left and right D-pad or something, or left and right control, and a nice way in which you can choose which character you want to play as, and on the side somewhere you're going to need some stats or some information on that character type, what its pros and cons are. But I'm quite happy with that. The Lordenfell scene in the background looks okay. I might trim away at some stuff to make it a bit more performant, because there's a lot of stuff in this scene. I've got to fix this guy up. Her stance is actually a bit odd, because that is coming from, I think it's from Blink's RPG low poly character, so it's a weird stance. It should be one of these idols, so I'll change that up. But these have come along really well. They're all now set up in the same way, with the same armatures and the same mesh structures. That is going to work very nicely with Blink RPG Builder to be able to equip and unequip armor and weapons and things. So that's all done. That was done over the last 3 or 4 streams. So I'm pretty happy with this character selection screen. I've got a lot more work to do with the characters. They have a lot of scripts to be added to them to work with Invector third-person controller, to work with Salsa lip sync, to work with RPG Builder. At the moment, it's just this one. The female knight has the RPG Builder stuff turned off at the moment, but it's all there. So yeah, I'm quite pleased with the progress over the Christmas period. I think I've sort of cracked on and got quite a few things done that I wanted to get off my list. So yeah, I will be back definitely on Friday, 9 PM Australian Eastern Standard Time, Saturday and Sunday at the same time. And I might do something during the week as well, possibly around the same time as an unplanned session, but I will definitely be cracking on with this stuff. It's quite exciting. You can reach me at contact@zarktorstudios.com. You can follow me on all the social media platforms, and I have a YouTube channel where I'm posting the Twitch stream. So I'm downloading the Twitch stream before it expires, because the videos actually expire after a while, and uploading those onto YouTube so they can be looked at historically, because obviously the building of these levels is I'm only planning to do once. I've done the Exeter level twice, but I'm planning to only do these levels once. So once they're built, I don't plan to redo them. YouTube, you can find me on there. I'm putting up some additional content on YouTube as well. And of course, please look on Steam and find Zarktor's Realm and put it in your wish list. Our launch date is planned for July 2023, so we're 18 months away from that, and there's a lot to do in 18 months, but this particular scene I'm quite happy with because Exeter has so much going on in it, in Zarktor's Realm. So it's really a core part of the game. It's got lots of NPCs. It is the Stormwind of Warcraft for Zarktor's Realm. It's got lots of things happening. And of course the other one's Tintagel. And I've got, when I get bored with Exeter, I'll work on Tintagel. And then there's a lot of places in between. There'll be a lot of farms, and there's the underwater section, the beach sections, and all this. There's cave sections and all sorts of things on. But this is an important one because this is going to, upon completion of this, all the major components of RPG Builder will be enacted. So you'll be having combat in elements around here. You'll be having spells, questing, handing in quests, dialogue, shopkeepers, crafting. All of this is happening here. And so this allows me to start putting some of these things in here, testing out how they work, and then I can extend them elsewhere in the game, but at least you've got them in the one environment, in the one scene, to be able to prove out all the stuff that's in RPG Builder. So I'm very happy with how that's turned out. It's turned out the second time that I've built this, it's turned out a lot better than the first time. Yeah, quite happy indeed. I think that the layout of these double, whatever they're called, barricade things on the side here, I think that works quite well. It looks intentional. I think that's, the angles look better. Bit of odd stuff going on like this. I might be able to patch somehow, but I will deal with that as time permits. Start fiddling now, aren't I? There we go. Ah, there's a bloody gap. Bother me if I don't fix that now. Fix it before you forget that it's there, otherwise it may stay there unless someone actually tests it. It's going to be missed. All right. Okay. All right. I think that's it for me. I'm going to save there. I'm going to check in the code and sign off for the evening. It's 1:06 in the morning. This is my third stream in 3 days, so and some of the streams are about 7 hours long, so it's lot of work involved in doing this. So let me just check in the source code. Well, check in the Unity project. In fact, it's not really source code, it's just the Exeter scene that I've been working on. But it's handled like source code. Yes, this is the south gate, the water gate, and the west gate, and the Albatross Tower, all the way through to the northwest tower. So that's about a third of the city wall done as far as I want to be for this at this point. It's quite an extensive area, actually. I forget what the dimensions of Exeter are in terms of like how far it is from one part of the city to the other. Probably do something like monkey. I'm interested to see whether I put any measurements in here. Where's my street map? Yep. Street map. Yeah, no, I don't think it's got the scale. Has it got the scale on there? No, I think I cropped the scale out of it. Was it the height map? Ah, there you go. So the height map data has 300 meters. So I think it's nearly a kilometre from one side, well, from one side of the city to the other, approximately. So there's going to be a lot going on in this place. 300 meters, that's probably about 600 meters wide by a kilometre that way. And of course it's not a rectangle, but yeah, so it's quite a big area. But yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. And of course the terrain outside the city will be expanded as well. In most directions there'll be additional quads that get added out here for the open world outside the city, but we've got the river and the boats to be able to go down to Exmouth, to where the sea is. And obviously if you go inland and up further into the hills, then you're into Exmoor, which is Exeter's version of Dartmoor. Okay, I think I'm done for the evening, guys. Thanks for watching, and yeah, please follow, give us a like, find us on YouTube and everything else. Alright, cheers guys, bye.